Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cradle-to-Career's Governing Board meeting. My name is Gavin Payne. I serve as the chair of the Governing Board, which is meeting in person today at the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems office at 400 R Street in Sacramento. I want to welcome and thank the members of the public who've joined us both in person and virtually. Today, we have ASL interpreters helping us to interpret the meeting. Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Leah, up on the screen. We will also be offering translation services in Spanish. Thank you, Mark and Aldo, for your help today. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says Interpretation. Then select the language interpretation, audio, and your language such as Spanish. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments made today in Spanish. I'll pause for a moment for our Spanish interpreter to translate.
Thank you so much, Chair Payne. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy en esta reunión. Para esta sesión se estarán ofreciendo servicios de interpretación. A la brevedad, usted verá en un instante en la parte inferior de su pantalla un icono en forma de un mundo. Favor de presionar ese icono y le dará una opción de inglés a español. En este caso sería español lo que va a elegir para que pueda escuchar la interpretación en vivo y en su totalidad. Si llega a tener algún problema técnico, le sugerimos que por favor alce su mano o lo escriba en el chat para que le podamos brindar apoyo técnico y podamos resolver esa situación. De parte de todo el equipo de esta sesión, le damos la más cordial bienvenida y esperemos que tenga una muy buena reunión. Gracias por acompañarnos. Back to you, Chair Payne. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title or affiliation, please say your name slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. As a general offender of that, I will try very hard to be the example I'm going to set. My name is Gavin Payne, board chair. Also, as we begin today, we acknowledge this virtual meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I am joining today from Sacramento, as are you all, the traditional land of Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people, whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. We'll now pause a moment to reflect on that. We recognize the ancestral land on which we're collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside here, native-land.ca. So today's meeting, as always, will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, and there are 13 items on the agenda. All companion materials are posted on the C2C's website. For members of the public following along to today's meeting, a visual and website link of where to find the materials can be found on the following slide. Thank you to our engagement team for your continued efforts and dedication related to accessibility, and we look forward to you continuing the advancement of this work for the public. Today's meeting marks an engaging and important start of the year. This is our first governing board meeting in 2026, and we have a full and substantive agenda for today. As you'll remember, 2025 was an important and exciting year for C2C, with significant progress and accomplishments worth recognizing and celebrating. During agenda item 3, the board will have an opportunity to reflect on key wins from 2025 and discuss how that momentum is carrying forward into 2026 as we approach the close of the fiscal year. Since May of last year, board members have been thoughtfully engaged in ongoing discussions focused on shaping C2C's future and identifying opportunities for C2C to continue serving as a neutral, trusted, and reliable source of information. These conversations emphasize the importance of C2C maintaining a steady drumbeat of timely, necessary, and useful information that supports informed decision-making at all levels. We'll continue this conversation today during agenda item 4, and members will opine on the proposed goals and objectives in our strategic plan, which were directly informed by board member discussion and feedback last year. These goals and objectives center around how C2C will remain an efficient and effective facilitator of trusted information and help ensure that stakeholders will continue to engage with the work of C2C. In addition, today's meeting will include discussions on strategic partnerships and C2C's future operational utility. The board will have an opportunity to hear from several external subject matter experts today. During agenda item 5, we will hear about the importance of learning agendas, and I invite us to lean into C2C's curiosity value at that time. This presentation will build off of information that we acquired in November from Kelly Bidwell from the New Practice Lab. That was an engaging session with us. Members will recall she shared with us the value of open science practices, and that value itself was echoed by Livia Shimavonian, who is the Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Governor's Office. Today, we'll hear from Amira Boland, an expert in national evidence-based policy, about the ways learning agendas have been used to prioritize and accelerate strategic data infrastructure and research studies. During agenda items 6 and 7, we'll hear about the power of state leaders coming together to effect change and the positive impact on Californians. I'm excited to celebrate efficiencies and effectiveness that result in reduced administrative burden on our stakeholders. Also during agenda item 6, we'll hear more about how the office has continued to probe the concept of incubator, which was a term that was first presented in our August governing board meeting. Additionally, the board will have the opportunity to approve the updated governance manual during agenda item 8, which reflects this board's recommendation to onboard advisory board members every 3 years. Vice Chair Tagorda will discuss the benefits in a more detailed fashion later, and I applaud the work done here by this committee, as I believe it will provide for increased efficiencies and strengthen the knowledge and connections, especially with our advisory boards. Today's meeting also marks the conclusion of our annual Executive Director Performance Review process. We'll do that in closed session later on today. As a reminder, we ask that all in-person folks to leave the room during that session. And for folks attending virtually, we'll be pausing the live meeting during this closed session. I want to thank members for becoming prepared to engage, reflect, and actively participate in today's discussion. For public folks who are here with us, who are here with us today, thank you as well. We value your thoughts and insights and look forward to what you would like to share with us. If you're here with us in Sacramento and want to make a comment, please complete a speaker slip so that I can call on you at the appropriate time. Stephanie Gutierrez-Valdez, right there, will collect those speaker slips from you. Of course, that's a voluntary activity. So as I've described, we have a very full agenda today. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch at about 2:25 and conducting the closed session I mentioned around 3:25 p.m. We anticipate adjourning the meeting at 4:30, if not a little earlier than that. So to establish our quorum, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:40 a.m. and ask Stephanie Gutierrez-Valdez to please call the roll.
Chair Payne.
Present.
Vice Chair Tagorda.
Present.
Designee obtained via for Member Cabalden.
Present.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Present.
Member Evans.
Present.
Member Joali.
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Present.
Member Hetz.
Present.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Present.
Member Jez.
Present.
Member Lee.
Present.
Member Moldoff.
Present.
Member Nellum. Member Romero. Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services.
Present.
Member Skoll.
Present.
Member Sublé.
Present.
Member Sullivan.
Present.
Member Van Natten. Member Vu.
Present.
For the clarity of the record, we have 18 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. As we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to acknowledge a change in our governing board membership. Those of you who were listening to the roll call might have noted a new name. It's a personal pleasure for me that I announced the appointment of Senator Cabalden by Senate President Pro Tem Monique Limon. Chris Cabalden has been a friend and a colleague for a number of years, and I think he's a known quantity to many of you in this room. We're extraordinarily happy that he's joined our board. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, Member Cabalden was unable to be with us today in person. However, Senator Cabalden's designee, Tobias Uptain-Villa, will be sharing some words on behalf of the senator. Designee, please, he's on screen.
Right, thank you. My name is Tobias Uptain-Villa. I'm the legislative director for Christopher Cabalden. And he's thrilled to be appointed to the Cradle-to-Career board. As you all know, he has a long tenure within the education policy space. He has been everything from a faculty member at Sacramento State University to a vice chancellor with the community college district, the community college chancellor's office, and then chief consultant within the Assembly Higher Ed Committee, and then also recently mayor of West Sacramento, where he focused on his policies not only within the housing space, but then also the education space, where he truly valued that education would lead his constituents to the workforce. And that's where he even focused on one of his policies, the West Sacramento Kids Home Run program, to allow the students to be automatically admitted to the local community college. And then to continue on that policy this past year, he actually passed, with partnership of the CSU Chancellor's Office, a policy that will allow every California student who meets the minimum requirements to be eligible for a CSU to be automatically admitted. And that policy to a CSU campus. And that's all possible because of data sharing agreements. And that goes back to why he's so excited to be a part of this board. And he truly views data within the education space and government is critical to ensuring that the state is delivering the necessary programs and support to Californians to enable them to enter into the workforce. So that being said, he's just really excited to be part of this board and eager to get to work on it. So thank you and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Designee Uptain-Villa. We look forward to seeing him and to seeing you at our board meetings as well. Obviously, I don't have to belabor the point that Member Cabalden has a lot of experience and knowledge in this space and will be a great addition to this board. Please, let's have a round of applause for his joining us. Thank you. If you want to know more about him, you can see that he's on our website already. I encourage everyone to take a look. So if I could please, let's move on to agenda item 3, update from me and update from our executive director, Marianne Bates. I'm going to take a little bit of personal privilege here and I'm going to talk for a little while. So bear with me, buckle up. Part of this agenda I'm going to prepare, I'm going to deliver, and then I'm going to be joined by Dr. Ana Luz Gonzalez Vasquez to talk about the advisory board activities that have taken place as well, because I can't give it the justice that she can give it on behalf of herself and Member Nellum, who couldn't be here today. But I want to begin my chair update with a note of deep thanks. On behalf of the board, I want to sincerely thank Senator John Laird for his service on the board during his entire tenure with us. During his time as a board member, Senator Laird was an active champion for C2C in the state legislature. Prior to his appointment as chair of Senate Budget Committee, Senator Laird ensured that the state budget supported C2C, supported CCGI, and our data providers as the Education Finance Subcommittee chair for that budget committee. He's also thoughtfully led in the legislature with ideas on how the data system can help California understand earnings and labor market outcomes. So we'll miss his presence on the C2C governing board, as well as Quincy Stivers, his designee, and we are grateful for support. Executive Director Bates had an opportunity to meet with Senator Laird personally and his team at the Capitol to present a certificate of appreciation, which you will see on the slide. And just on a personal level, he's my state senator, and so I've known him for a long period of time. He's a remarkable human being, and while we are really happy to have Christopher Cullen join us on this board, he's stepping into very big shoes, which I'm sure he'll fill quite well, and we'll miss Senator Laird. I want to talk now a little bit about ambassadorships. As board members, we've recognized the importance of a governance culture with a focus on ambassadorship. Since we last met at the November board meeting, members have been actively serving as ambassadors, and I want to celebrate and recognize those efforts. Shout outs, if you will. I love shout outs. So I want to begin by thanking the 4 members who served with me on the Executive Director Review Committee, members Tagorda, Cifuentes, and Sullivan. And your work in this fall and winter, especially discussing the draft performance review, and for you as well as board members, a shout out, because the survey itself was conducted by you very thoughtfully. The responses were given by you very thoughtfully, and hopefully in our discussion later on today, you'll see that your comments and input was reflected in the evaluation. I also want to talk about a little bit about member events. Executive Director Bates was invited by California Competes, where's Sujin? To discuss how better data can help transform California's education and workforce systems. Thank you, Member Jez, for providing the platform to uplift C2C's role in California's higher education and workforce systems. And as a personal note, as I'm listening to the podcast, I had to stop because I was laughing too hard. And I'm not gonna give away the story, but just listen to the podcast and wait till you hear the story about the ruler. It's a remarkable story of the deep perseverance and deep nerdiness of our executive director. So I commend you to listen to that podcast. It's hilarious. It's also very fulsome and very informative too. Executive Director Bates was also invited to join an upcoming AICCU board meeting. Where's Tom? Thank you. As part of its outreach efforts to encourage more AICCU organizations to participate in the NSC data sharing agreement. Thank you, Member Vu, for facilitating that opportunity, and hopefully it will help or has helped, and we'll have more data in that system. Now on to a little bit on advisory board liaisons. Our governing board liaisons and our advisory boards work hard. Members Gonzalez-Vasquez and Nellam attend all advisory board meetings and been working closely with 2 advisory board members themselves to draft a report that will come before this governing board. I know that countless hours have already been spent collaborating, discussing, and drafting this report, and I want to thank them for the time and effort they've put into this role, and we look forward to shortly hearing more about the energy and excitement that is brewing in our advisory boards. And that is a shout out for the liaison process. Thank you very much. Also a thanks, shout out to the Governance Manual Review Committee that met this winter to discuss changes. My colleague, Vice Chair Tagorda, led this committee and had the support of members Ferjueli, Sublé, and Moldoff. The committee did excellent work deliberating on over 100 proposed edits and doing so in one committee meeting. Much more efficient than we can do here, but we can always have that as a goal. Definitely a shout out. Just as a reminder, you'll see that in agenda item 8 today. 2 weeks ago, the Strategic Planning Committee met formally for the first time, working off of a robust agenda of material that has been collected over the last year of our conversations and from others. Shout outs to Member Lee, Member Cochran, Member Van Natten, and Designee Bjerke who fully participated and contributed quite well in that meeting. That will be our item 4 today, and I want to thank these members for your thoughtful input and to engage us to generate a stronger strategic plan. Headshots to our 10 providers. Did I say headshots? I guarantee you that was not Freudian. There's a headline that said headshots, and I went to the next piece, and it said, shout outs to our 10 data providers who've been prepping files and are connecting with key leadership. We appreciate your collaboration and partnership. Collective shout outs on that one. I also want to thank all 20 of you members for sharing your headshots and bios with the office. Since we last met, the governing board and advisory board member information sections on the website have been updated. Thank you. It looks marvelous. So now let's talk about wins and opportunities and data insights. In May 2025, the board began discussions of future opportunities and C2C's future state. We emphasized the importance of C2C continuing to create insights and tools that Californians count on. We'll have a really robust conversation about that today. 2025 also marked an important milestone, the launch of the Student Pathways Dashboard, which is the first of many future tools for Californians. We're coming up on the anniversary of the launch of that tool, and I want to take a moment to reflect on the important role that various folks here had in its release. The Student Pathways Dashboard is powered by data from many data providers, including the California Department of Education, California Community Colleges, Chancellor's Office, the California State University, the California University of California, and the Department of Social Services. The success of the dashboard is a testament to C2C's collaboration value. The number of hits that dashboard is getting is further evidence of the good work that we're doing here. Thank you to our data provider, partners, advisory board members, and members of the public who've played a role, all of them, about that. It's not just about the release of the tool, it's about the continuing use of the tool and continuing to spread its awareness. Now I want to talk a little bit about sort of this notion of incubation that I mentioned earlier. In August 2025, the board continued the conversation of future opportunities with the presentation of the concept of the C2C being an incubator, presenting the opportunity to create new or revamped operational tools. We reflected on how serving as an incubator preserves C2C's neutrality, one of our core principles. At that time, Vice Chair Tagorda made the request that the board and the office continue to probe this concept, and we'll do exactly that. In item 6, the board will hear how C2C served as an incubator to bridge the knowledge gaps between 3 data providers: the Scholarshare Investment Board, the California Department of Education, and the California Community Colleges. This bridge allowed for students attending college with unclaimed accounts to obtain the monies that are reserved for them. In other words, we're helping people not leave money on the table, especially those who need it most. C2C's role as an incubator in the CalKids project enabled 3 previously siloed data providers to efficiently partner on a data sharing solution, reducing the need for multiple legal agreements and red tape. C2C streamlined this solution, and the result is that tens of thousands of community college students can now claim their scholarships to help pay for school. A little bit, if I could, on open sciences, the sort of other big concept that we're working on. In 2025, we started the conversation about the importance of transparency and opportunity. to lean into the open science practices. In November, the board heard from Kelly Bidwell, as I mentioned, on what open science practices are and the benefits of them. It's a fairly new concept to many of us, and so it's a concept we should dig into. We also had endorsement of the concept from Livia Shimavonian from the governor's office, which was really important. And her words also reminded us of how critically important it is to gain public trust and maintain that public trust, and how C2C is uniquely positioned to implement an open science model given the established governance structure that we have. So today, during agenda item 5, we'll have an opportunity to hear from Amira Boland from the New America on learning agendas. That's the other big concept that we're working off of, especially in the strategic plan conversation. And on learning agendas and their connection to open science practices. Learning agendas obviously are a little bit more easy to get your head around, and they're what drive most of us. They're what drive indeed the planning process for those of you who were here for that process of creation for C2Cs. It's what's the agenda? What are the set of questions that we need to answer to make this whole thing work? And so we'll talk a lot more deeply about learning agendas and their connection to open sciences. And then I want to touch a little bit too on something that you haven't heard before, because it's got a name now. I've mentioned a couple of times in my reports that we're seeking to create sort of a partner organization outside of C2C, an ancillary organization, a support organization, an augmentation organization, if you will, that can help C2C realize the potential that it has. Long-term, I mean, some of you may know that I have some passing familiarity with the philanthropic community and what's capable with that community. One of the things that I find that is the best investment that philanthropy can make is in long-term strategic partnerships with organizations that can help advance the work of government. So with that, I'm excited to announce that we have launched C2C Forward, which is a partner in the Foundation for the California Community Colleges, to help us do the things that we want to do as a board and to help expand on how C2C Forward, on how C2C's capacity could be expanded. One of the first things that we're doing under the auspices of C2C Forward is moving forward with a project, Data Fellows project, to help bring in the kind of expertise into the board that can seriously augment the work, but is also not sort of in the purview of how a state agency or the state itself operates. Those of you in state service know that that's kind of an awkward fit when you're trying to do new and innovative things, bring in new minds and new projects, because you don't want to make a permanent commitment to them, and you usually can't afford them, and you also know that it doesn't fit into the usual civil service categories. And so this project, moving itself through C2C Forward, will allow us to collect philanthropic dollars to be able to advance the work of C2C. And so I'm very happy about the prospects of that going forward, and be looking forward to reporting much more to you on how that's happening and what's going on with that. Next up, one change on the horizon I want to go over with you. I think you'll probably not be too unhappy. Traditionally, the board completes a governance survey each winter. But since we're so actively working ourselves on the strategic plan conversation and having those conversations, we're going to pause that governance survey for this year, so you're off the hook. The next survey you'll see is the one when we take a look at Marianne at the end of the year. We have a lot of exciting work in front of us. Today, during agenda item 4, we'll provide input on goals and objectives to our draft strategic plan. We'll revisit that plan in May, hopefully putting the final touches on that. And as that will be the document, is to be the guide of the work, we'll then hear about objectives and tasks that the that the team is going to undertake to meet those goals subsequently. In May, we'll also hear more from our advisory boards on their proposals. And for that, I'll pass it on to Member Gonzalez-Vasquez in just a moment. One note, as we do every year, in August, the board will have an opportunity to review and approve the 2026 annual work plan. This outlines the office's priorities on a granular level, and I want to just sort of put a point in that because today's conversation is anything but the granular level on the strategic plan conversation. It's a complement, obviously, and an implementation document, obviously, to the strategic plan that we will approve in May, hopefully. As you prepare for these upcoming meetings, I want to invite our governing board liaison to the Data and Tools Advisory Board member Gonzalez-Vasquez to present some important reminders to our board. And take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Payne. Just a quick reminder that our spring advisory board meetings are upon us. As you will see on the slide, can you move on? Great. The Data and Tools Advisory Board will meet on March 25th, and the Community Engagement Advisory Board will meet on April 8th. During the spring meetings, advisory board members will have the opportunity to discuss the 2025 Advisory Board Proposal Report, which includes all member proposals, the light touch feasibility studies, and a summary of the deliberations from the fall advisory board meetings. Both member Nelum and I have been collaborating with two advisory board members to draft the advisory board proposal report that will be presented and discussed in the spring. I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank all advisory board members who have stepped up to participate in this process. I know member Nelum echoes my sentiment when I say that there is an air of collaboration and synergy that has been evolving in the advisory boards that has been really inspiring to witness. As Chair Payne stated earlier, member Nelum unfortunately couldn't make it with us today, but he wanted me to share his enthusiasm for Community Engagement Advisory Board members Carla Lopez Valdez and Daryl Jones, who have stepped up this year to collaborate with him on the report. He's very appreciative of the leadership and initiative that they have taken on throughout this process. And he looks forward to a productive conversation about the proposals at our spring meeting and to present the report with them at the advisory board meeting. I also want to take a moment to share my enthusiasm for working with Daniel Millan and Tina Shuk, members of the Data and Tools Advisory Board. They have brought a high level of commitment, energy, and thoughtfulness to the process. Our work together has been highly productive and collaborative, strengthening the overall report's quality. And we're close to finalizing the report and look forward to engaging with the governing board in a thoughtful conversation at the May meeting. The goal of the spring meeting will be for the advisory board members to share their final thoughts and recommendations on the proposals and the report, which will then be presented to the board in May. Members, you will recall that we have no up-down vote, but it will be our time to sit with this information and hear the voices and recommendations of the advisory boards. In August, as the board reviews and discusses the annual work plan, it can be an opportunity for members to ask for proposals to be integrated into the future work of the office. I would like to note, as we are reminding our advisory boards, it is the task of the board to consider what is a priority, associated trade-offs, and the current state budget coupled with C2C's limited resources. And as we prepare for May and August, I encourage board members to take the opportunity to reflect on the proposal's connection to the annual work plan and reflect on how advisory boards' proposals fit into the larger work of C2C or may serve as a future opportunity. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm optimistic that we will get there. And now I'll turn it over to Chair Payne.
Thank you, Member Gonzalez-Vasquez. Now I'd like to invite Executive Director Bates for her Executive Director update.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see all of you. Today, my update is going to focus on reflections on some of our 2025 accomplishments, a look ahead to 2026, and then a few questions for your reflection. Next slide. All right, so let's start with reflections on 2025. Next slide. So in 2025, for the first time, the public could touch and feel and see the data tools that we built from the underlying linked data that C2C and our partners have worked so hard to bring together. So this became tangible for the first time with the Student Pathways dashboard. And I want to emphasize just how much we prioritized, listening first and then building with our focus on user-centered design. What we then released prioritized the number one request that we heard again and again from people, which is the ability to disaggregate the data, to zoom in. What does this look like for my community? And as you know, there's 9,000 cuts of data behind each of the visuals, and that was a key priority, including privacy and security throughout. And the outcome is that we had more than 75,000 views of the dashboard in 2025 after the April release. And then we also released Query Builder 1.0, and this was in response to requests from the community, specifically the research community. So all of the data that powers the dashboard, plus a few custom additions, are available in a few neat and tidy CSV files. And what I find most exciting about this release is that the researchers have now produced new visualizations, their own, right, powered by the same underlying data that drives our dashboard. And you can see here some screenshots. And what I appreciate is, it's the same underlying data that powers the dashboard, but there are additional and different questions that can be illuminated. So things like what groups of students are most likely to work while they're enrolled in college, and variation in college completion by high school district, for example. And this is exactly the usefulness of the work that we're doing at Cradle-to-Career from my perspective. We link the data and make it easier for Californians to access it and use it. And then different people can use that data for their own reports, for their own questions that they're prioritizing. Okay, another update that I want to make sure I highlight is this partnership with the Office of Data and Innovation. I believe I mentioned this in November. And this project is called the Modern Data Stack Accelerator. So what does that mean? At the basic level, it's about building a stronger underlying foundation for the data system that makes it easier and for us to do more flexible and custom queries of the data, and so that we have a scalable system for cutting data reports, for making data available in the enclave in the future. If we can go to the next slide. This accelerator, some of the outcomes are continuous integration, reducing development cycles and time to delivery, basically enable us to move more quickly in the future. Continuous delivery, reducing need for manual deployments, data migrations, and schema changes. Improved automation and documentation, which reduces onboarding time for new users. And improved version control, which is really useful for historical records of changes and including rollbacks and audits. So the bottom line is that this project with ODI is enabling a more scalable, flexible, efficient, traceable data system. I want to lift this up because you're not going to immediately, the public can't immediately see that, but I think this is incredibly important work that Dan and his team have been pursuing to make sure that we have a strong foundation for being able to work as flexibly and quickly in the future as possible. All right, next slide. Next section, reducing administrative burden. We already heard a bit about the CalKids project. You'll hear more about that later today in agenda item 6, but I really want to uplift one part. So you can see the picture here on the slide is our Data and Tools Advisory Board member, Diana Fong, and she shared a proposal previously about linking data on CalKids. And so I wanted to lift that up because sometimes these advisory board proposals come to you as a board, and we might not be able to immediately act on every single idea, and yet it can be a part of the ether and the overall strategy that you develop here as a board and that our office implements. So I really want to lift up that Member Fong had shared an idea around CalKids data sharing previously. So this is really exciting for the students of California. It's also exciting just to look under the hood a bit. This is the first time that the master data exchange agreement has been used between our data providers. So remember, there are two foundational legal agreements that all of our data providers have signed. One is the participation agreement. That's the one that governs how data flows to C2C each year. And the other one is to let data flow between our partners through C2C. That's the master data exchange agreement. So this is the first time this has been used since it was signed back in May of 2022. So we're really excited about that. I also want to give a special thanks to the legal teams who found really thoughtful solutions. I think sometimes legal teams with, I'll ask for Julie's permission to say this. Sometimes the stereotype about legal teams is that they are blockers, right? We just have to get this through legal. And in this case, it took a lot of thoughtfulness and really thinking outside of the box to find a way across CDE and the Scholarship Investment Board and Cradle-to-Career and the Community College Chancellor's Office to find a way to share the data that was compliant with FERPA and all of the applicable state and federal laws. So we're really excited about that, and I want to give a special shout out to the legal teams who found thoughtful solutions. We shipped the link files to the community colleges in December, the day after the BUCP legal agreement was signed. So we're really excited about the work we did in parallel with the technical teams on that. I also want to lift up our partnership with CSAC, with the Student Aid Commission. You'll hear much more about this and their work in Agenda Item 7, but this is an efficiency story around data sharing and reporting between state entities. So remember, this is about CSAC's Cal Grant reporting and the option that the higher ed segments have to share their data with CSAC via Cradle-to-Career. So I'm really excited about our ability to really accelerate and incubate innovative solutions, including, I think this slide shows reducing administrative burden for students with the first project, and in some ways reducing administrative burden for our data providers with the second one. So we have less reinvention of the wheel on data linkages. All right, additional work with partners. CaliforniaColleges.edu, I want to uplift some of their scale and reach. As of January of this year, 95% of California public high school students are enrolled in a CCGI partner district, which will ultimately provide students with transcript-informed partner accounts on CaliforniaColleges.edu. And they also, as you know, have an ongoing partnership with the Department of Education to provide basic accounts to all 6th through 12th grade public school students, even in the districts that have not partnered yet. For eTranscript and Career Passport, we are supporting the Chancellor's Office, the Community College Chancellor's Office, by convening state entities and assisting with the planning for the initial phase of the Career Passport. We conducted a landscape scan and interviewed state implementers, including across the country, to capture key themes and key learnings of what has worked and been tried elsewhere. And we're now facilitating this intersegmental review and feedback gathering for eTranscript and Career Passport procurements. You heard a lot more about that at your last meeting as well. So we're excited about the continued collaboration on that. All right, listen first, then build. I want to talk a bit about the Student Experience Report, which was just recently released. So as you may remember, we are required in statute to annually conduct an audit or a report specifically reporting on student experiences transitioning from high school to higher education to gain insights on the various and unique paths that students take. So the Student Experience Report has always centered community stories, but the method we've used to collect and examine those stories has really evolved over the last few years. So back in the very first year in 2022, we examined the transitional period from high school to college through the perspective of 10 stakeholders that represented a broad selection of California's diverse student populations. The next year in 2023, we shifted to focus to hear directly from student voices. So we surveyed over 100 students who shared their challenges and experiences in navigating that transitional period. In 2024, we continued to center student experiences and expanded the research with a survey by partnering with the California Education Lab at UC Davis and crucially with CSAC on this, and received over 11,000 responses from students who had completed an application for financial aid. And the 2025 Student Experience Report that we just released is a continuation of that collaboration with the California Education Lab, with CSAC, and it continues to center student voices and really provide insights on that transition from high school to college. This year, we specifically asked questions and highlighted insights into students who plan to transfer. And that was done on purpose so that we would have that information as our team is designing and building the new C2C student transfer dashboard, which, as you know from our work plan, is something we're designing this year. As I mentioned, we partnered with the UC Davis Education Lab, with the Student Aid Commission, and the report was released earlier this month. We had one of our community conversations on Zoom to release it, and more than 50 participants provided really valuable feedback and insights, and we were excited to host the co-authors of the report for a part of that. So the community conversations really continue to anchor and be a pillar of that the public relies on in this work. So a couple of insights that we learned from that community conversation. We heard that people are interested in learning about students' preference for in-person versus online courses. They're interested in the impact of outside factors, immigration climate, economic landscape, and college selection. They're interested in knowing more about how disability status influences students' transition into higher education. And so our next steps include reflecting on findings and really planning for the upcoming and next annual student experience report that we do each year. And as I mentioned, crucially, using what we learned from this year's report as we co-design the transfers dashboard. All right, continuing the theme of listening and then building, as you know, we have this lesson plan challenge that we launched. It's still open for submissions through March 16th. So I want to make an ask of all of you. I would love for you to share the lesson plan challenge with your communities, especially if you're in higher education, if your institution trains teachers. This is a great opportunity to share that with the professors who run those classes and say, hey, do you want to make this an optional assignment, or just lift up the opportunity to create a lesson plan? And I think the selling point is really twofold. One is that this is an opportunity for whether it's a math class or a stats class or an education policy class, for the teachers, or for people who are teachers in training, to create lesson plans using today's data. And we're going to lift up these resources on C2C's website. So these lesson plans will be lifted up on a State of California official website so that others can use them and learn from them. So an ask of all of you, and especially of our higher education partners, to share this, and K-12 as well. This is an opportunity for middle school, high school teachers as well to think about creating those lesson plan opportunities. All right, I want to highlight a few points of operational excellence from 2025 as well. And some of these things are not, again, externally visible, but are incredibly important because it's what makes all of this work possible. As you heard in November, our team was able to maximize available funding using 99.9% of our budgetary authorization for the last fiscal year. That did not happen by accident. It relied on custom-built tracking tools and careful strategic decision-making amongst our entire team. We also have maintained a 0% staff vacancy rate for 106 days of 2025. As of today, I asked Leslie, who tracks this, our current streak is 162 days, so I'm just going to knock on wood. But this really reflects a really keen focus on the recruitment and retention of our very talented and hardworking team. And speaking of our team, I want to highlight and lift up some reflections from our team members every day. You don't always have a visibility into this, and I wanted to highlight some of their voices. So for example, Ron from our data infrastructure team, who joined in June as a cloud architect and quickly saw opportunities for cost efficiency in our cloud infrastructure. Despite expanding the quantity of data in our systems, we've achieved more than 20% cost reduction in our AWS resources in the most recent 6-month period. Diana in our operations team highlights the transparency that we've built together to enable us to consistently deliver, adapt, and improve. And this work is critical because it ensures C2C has the infrastructure, reliability, and capacity needed to focus on impact and continue doing mission-aligned work. I want to highlight Sebastian Schobart on operations, contracts and procurement analyst. And so his job is to ensure that his colleagues have the tools they need to do their jobs. This can mean working to bring on a contractor to support the build of the data dashboards or purchasing software. And this takes an incredible amount of collaboration. Next slide. Heather from Data Programs values being a part of the team that has championed collaboration with the Student Experience Report. The report taps into C2C's curiosity value to provide insights into student experiences. Our work centering student voices helps inform our building processes and adds to broader research on equitable post-secondary transitions. Felicia Smith from our executive office, highlighting the lesson plan challenge and the curiosity and engagement opportunities for people who are part of that. Cynthia and our engagement team loved being a part of the team that has created the language access plan and the Spanish resources page, emphasizing how that really highlights advancing equity and collaboration. And Sushil from our data infrastructure project, deeply rewarding to help design foundational data infrastructure, including Snowflake Cloud Data Warehouse and the Tamer Master Data Management and all of that impact. So I wanted to share some of these highlights because it really illustrates how our C2C values, which you can see in these little tents that we've provided for all of you. You can see all 5 of our values. This is something that we really focus on day in and day out, and it weaves its way through our work. All right, let's shift to look ahead to 2026. So as a reminder, last summer, as you do each year, you approved a work plan for our areas of work. And as you heard in the look back, we're on track to deliver this year's work plan. And I'm now going to highlight just a few of the aspects of this as well. If we can go to the next slide. We've talked about the workforce data expansion with many thanks to our partners at Labor and Workforce Development Agency and all of its departments and boards. This is the largest and most complex data expansion to date. And I want to highlight how important it is that we have a clear governance structure because that is what has enabled the rapid collaboration on this biggest expansion to date. And the data that we're bringing together will tell the story of nonlinear paths, stories that reach beyond high school and college, and that really complements the college pathways that are currently visible in our data tools. Next slide. The comprehensive linked workforce data will tell a more nuanced story. So not just who went through a program, but with the linkages that C2C can provide, the context they bring to it, right? Whether someone's a high school graduate, a college graduate, pivoting careers, et cetera. And the variation in the workforce programs will need to be captured in the data that's harmonized for future data visualizations that we build. So just highlighting a few of the different kinds of programs that these job training programs provide, right? Whether it's welding, healthcare, computer science, engineering, hands-on experience, there's a wide range. The other piece that's unique, and our higher education partners might quibble with this, but from my perspective in higher education, there is some standardization, right? A credit hour is a credit hour, an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree. The variation in workforce training programs is much, much higher. Next slide, please. And because those are not necessarily standardized, right, you have a lot of variation in required hours, length of programs. We need to start by first creating some early descriptive statistics. And then the punchline here is it's going to take a significant amount of work together with our partners to convert the data we're ingesting next month into intuitive, easy to understand data dashboards. And I think it's really important that we're very clear with the public that the workforce data expansion will dramatically increase the insights we can share, and there will still be some questions that the state's data cannot answer. So for example, employers do not currently report the following information to the state, things like the number of hours someone's working, the specific job type that they have, where they're working, location-wise, and employers report information quarterly. So this is important context for us to be clear about because this constrains the state's understandings of wages, wage growth, and paths across different job types. And there's a brief here that I linked to for further context. So I want to make sure we tell a really nuanced story here two things are true. One, this workforce data expansion is the largest expansion to date. It will enable a tremendous amount of important insights. And there's still some limitations in terms of the data that we're bringing together as a state. And I want to highlight and remind you of the process we used. We got input from the public through the task force and really had a lot of support from Secretary Knox from the beginning with that learning agenda. Remember that memo he sent us a year ago that listed the list of questions that they can't answer without linking their data with other data? It was essentially a mini learning agenda that set the stage and gave us a very clear why as we've worked with the technical teams over the last 6 months in finding ways to bring this data together. Next slide. Okay, I want to say a little bit about routine work here. And I put the routine in quotation marks on purpose. Some things that seemed almost insurmountable even just 2 years ago are now routine. Next week, we're going to have another March annual data ingestion. And Dan Lamery and Ryan Estriato are sitting here calmly. We are ready to go. Our data providers are ready to go. And that's a huge, huge amount of progress compared to where we were just a few short years ago, where that annual data ingestion was a very, very big deal. And this routine work is still a very large and technical portfolio that takes a lot of effort. If we can go to the next slide. So annually, we're working on the data ingestion, data validation, mastering, and linking the data. We need to bring on a new year of data for the dashboard we already released, new cuts of data for CalKids, right? We shipped the first batch in December. We're going to keep sharing data like that with the community colleges and for the CSAC project as well. And there's also a tremendous amount of ongoing security and privacy work, including the zero trust architecture that you've heard about previously. I want to share some exciting progress on the build of the Secure Data Enclave. As you know, this is one of our top priorities for this fiscal year. We procured NORC for the C2C Secure Data Enclave. NORC at the University of Chicago is a leading industry standard, and they've managed sensitive government data in their enclave for 20 years. And we made a strategic choice to procure an existing platform instead of building our own custom enclave from scratch. And this enables us to leverage the existing infrastructure, security, and functionality of NORC. We can also leverage NORC's customer service support and processes for our own management of the studies, and it lets us maintain ambitious timelines for piloting studies in the C2C Enclave in 2026. And there's more, I link here to more information about NORC if you'd like to look at that, which includes their 20-year report. And I wanted to highlight one thing they mentioned in that. Before the Data Enclave, microdata research was limited to those with the time and money to travel to a few ultra-secure sites, such as the U.S. Census Bureau, to access restricted information. Our platform broke down these barriers, opening up an array of opportunities to researchers, regardless of their geographic location. And to date, they've served over 1,000 researchers. So a lot of that really speaks to the motivation for why C2C is building a secure enclave, and we're happy that we were able to procure that platform instead of reinventing the build of the data enclave on our own from scratch. Next slide. As we work on the pilot studies for the Secure Data Enclave, we'll need 3 things from those. One is just to try out the implementation of the computing environment, the implementation of a legal framework, and then actually conducting the research studies. So again, I want to flag and ask of our data partners that's going to come your way this year. One is legal review. So we need to develop with you the standard template that researchers will use as the data sharing agreement between the researcher and the relevant data provider whose data is used for a particular study. So we'll need to work with your legal teams on that. I also want to highlight some administrative decision-making. Each data provider will need to review and approve or deny specific research requests that come in for their data. So each data provider will need a clear process within their organization to know who makes that decision, who communicates that decision to C2C. So you've already designated an administrative point of contact. You'll need to think through, is that the person? Is there someone else? So 2 asks coming your way. There will be a bit of new work for data providers just in setting up these systems even before you start reviewing actual requests. All right, a few quick engagement updates. We'll be in April attending the Black Education Congress down in San Bernardino, and I want to give a big thank you to Community Engagement Advisory Board member Jones, who invited our team to that. As you know from our work plan, we're also looking to plan additional in-person data walks throughout the state. So this is another invitation to all of you board members if you would like to work with our engagement team on partnering for events. And then I'll just mention, speaking of engagement, and to build on what you mentioned on the podcast, thank you, Sujin, for inviting me to that. On a personal note, when I was able to take my phone and open Spotify and show my kids that I was inside Spotify, they pretty much thought I was on par with Taylor Swift. It was amazing. It was the thing they've been most impressed with so far in my career, perhaps. So thank you for that. I want to close with just a few questions for your reflection as we think about the strategic plan and moving ahead. One is we've talked about, limited resources and thinking about pairing expansions of scope or scale with appropriate resource requests moving ahead, right? We're ingesting all the workforce data. We don't have all of the staff bandwidth I wish we did to fully maximize the usefulness of that data, including, the number crunching and then the creation of actual dashboards as well, as quickly as everyone would like us to. And so really thinking and helping us think through how can we ensure that expansions of scope or scale are really contingent on appropriate resources. And then also thinking about what's our role in highlighting both the highest value opportunities to use the data that we've linked so far and highlighting the biggest gaps that still exist and what the data the state receives. And I mentioned that example, and the workforce data is just one. So really thinking about that and how we can use the strategic plan, our annual work plans, the report to the legislature, and things like that to highlight those points as well. So with that, I will turn it back over to Chair Payne.
Thank you very much. Lots to digest in that. We have about 20 minutes. If folks have questions for either E.D. Bates or myself on what you've just heard. Scanning. Member Tagorda.
Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. I'd just like to take this moment to highlight, because it was a really brief part of the update from our chair, the development of the C2C Forward foundation initiative, what partnership, whatever you want to call it. It's a heavy lift. And I know for a fact that Chair Payne spent a considerable amount of time and effort to try to advance that work and engage the philanthropic community, a variety of different partners, and expand the organizational capacity of C2C to perpetuate, propagate, and continue to build the impact of C2C beyond just what we typically hear about in these governing board meetings. It's one of the great examples. He didn't point this out, but it's also one of the great examples of ambassadorship, which he did spotlight amongst our membership. So this is something we need to pay very close attention to, in my opinion, because we're all at some point or another going to be called upon to make a contribution to that effort so that we can continue to advance this work. I also want to highlight a core part of Executive Director Bates's update on the pilot studies in Secure Data Enclave, where there are two very specific asks for data partners, one that concerned legal review, and then one that concerned administrative decision-making. These are great opportunities for ambassadorship again, right? More internally focused, but one that's going to help us address a very crucial part of the advancement of this work, namely on privacy and security. And as we embark upon this work, especially with pilot studies and the development of new work, it's so crucial for us to rely upon the expertise of members of our own governing board to help shepherd this project and this work within your respective institutions. So any support that you can provide to the office on this front would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Member Tagorda. Anybody else? Yes, Member Evans.
Good morning, Nathan Evans, California State University System. Executive Director Bates, you went through a tremendous amount of accomplishments, and I just want to share one particular anecdote, maybe that's an illustration of that. But 2025 was a pretty pivotal year for C2C, and I know that there was a lot you covered, but I don't think it did it justice. And so just want to express appreciation to you and the entire team. My anecdote is I don't even remember what the question that emerged in our chancellor's office. I popped into our assistant vice chancellor for institutional research and posed a question. And he thought for a moment, he said, you know who has a great answer to that on their dashboard? Cradle-to-Career. So I just use that as an illustration of that C2C and the work that is being produced is really changing the dynamics of the way that we work in California as segments and systems. And just want to appreciate that and acknowledge that and share that as a testament to how much has been done and the power of what's already been done. So just want to express appreciation for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Evans. Member Moldoff, did you raise your hand?
I was thinking about it.
Okay.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Commission. Yeah, definitely want to express my appreciation for the partnership. The work that our data teams have been doing behind the scenes regarding the Cal Grant reporting and trying to relieve the institutions that we can of that administrative burden, I think is really important. It was actually Member Fedrelli who first kind of sparked the idea, and now we're finally coming to fruition. Still with a couple bumps along the road. I think we're getting a lot of lessons learned, but I'm happy that we are learning the lessons early in the process so we can start to mitigate some of them rather than kind of facing down our dashboard deadline to be like, oh, wait, this doesn't work at all. So we really appreciate the ability to have the test files even so that we can start building out our own dashboard to make sure that it's as useful as it can be. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Romero.
Javier Romero, Labor Agency and EDD. I just wanted to share the fact that workforce data now being part of Cradle-to-Career. And I think we're positioned very well for many things that we've already talked about with the learning agenda. But just looking forward, one thing that has been, how would you say, on the frontal lobe of late is AI. And one of the things that's coming with AI, is that I don't know how you say this, but the demographics of the dislocated worker is going to be different. And traditionally, the dislocated worker, meaning there's changes in the economy and technology and so on. And usually that who has been impacted were the workers that had more repetitive occupations and so on. What's the AI exposure seems to be impacting now are those that do higher skill jobs, the ones that we often characterize as white collar jobs. So we're kind of reflecting on that because if that demographic change is changing, how is our system, the workforce system, going to be able to be responsive to that basically skill level? By no means I wish to diminish our current customers, but we need to change. And I think a lot of it's going to do with the different partnerships and different thoughts, because going into this, we always thought the people in our system weren't the people with 4-year degrees, weren't the people, they may be. So I think we're positioned to watch that as that unfolds.
Thank you. Sobering point, but well taken. Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I have like 5 pages of questions, so I'm going to go through them in order. Not really. I'm going to prioritize them. First, a meta comment. This is super exciting.
May I ask you to pause, please?
Sure.
Our Spanish translator is asking us to slow down a little bit.
Okay, that will be hard for me, but I will do my best, and my apologies. So John Hetz, California Community Colleges. So my meta comment is these updates are amazing, and I agree with Nathan that like the amount of things that you covered in these kind of rat-a-tat bullets of like what we accomplished over the past year and all leading up to that is just really incredible. So I just want to underscore that and also underscore the member Moldov's comments that we are getting into this point where we are putting the data to use for the people of California. And that is an incredible thing. So there are three things I wanted to note. First of all, on the Cal Kids work, this is super exciting. And I can just, as someone who's been on the other side of data requests, having the data appear immediately after the requests land or finishes is like an incredible thing. It's one of the things we always aspire to, but that we don't always get. I'm reminded of like when my first daughter was born, there were some complications with her birth, and there were these two NICU nurses that were like sitting there with tennis shoes, like looking like they were waiting for a starter pistol to get in there to help. And that's what it felt like. Like it just felt like, boom, like we're ready to do this. It was super powerful. Sorry, I'm going fast again. Second thing, on the student experience survey, I think one of the things that's really important to track, and we ran into this as we asked students things during the pandemic about their preferences. There are preferences that students have that they will articulate, and there are preferences that students reveal by their behavior. And one of the things that our system has really wrestled with is the juxtaposition for preferences versus online versus in-person classroom based on what students say versus how they enroll in the courses that are available at their institutions. And so one of the things that I think we've come to is that generally speaking, many students, not all, prefer to have that face-to-face experience, but the face-to-face experiences are very constrained on when they can be offered. And so when faced by a choice to try and force a course into their schedule versus taking an online asynchronous course that works for them, they will choose that, even though their preference might be for online or for in-person instruction. And so it's really important to watch for those types of nuances based on what people say versus, in the kind of abstract and theoretical versus what they do when faced with the choices that they have. And then the last thing I just want to, I also agree that it's super incredible getting the C2C Forward launched. That's an amazing thing. I will just note one of the things that will be important to think about is how that separate entity, that set of money is going to be governed in its relationship with our work. And so that'll just be something that I think will be important for us to all keep in mind. As at the California Community Colleges, we have a long history of having this type of conversation with our foundation. And so trying to make sure that you are navigating that separate but separate but strongly related, tied relationship is really important. So I just want to name that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ferguelli.
Chris Ferguelli, University of California. I just wanted to express my appreciation for all of the great accomplishments of 2025 as well, and in particular lift up Member Moldov's comment about the administrative burden piece, which I thought was a huge advancement of C2C's mission in the past year, both in terms of leveraging data to support a lot of the burden of sharing data across agencies. It's been an impediment for so many years that we now can partner with a trusted agency to do that more effectively. And I think it really deepened our collaboration. And I think we really impressed a lot of state officials from state agencies, from the legislature, who are aware of how we were all working together to fulfill those reporting requirements. So really a big thank you for that. Secondly, I'd like to really lift up this secure data enclave progress. And I was really excited to hear that we were partnering with NORC on this, the National Opinion Research Center. I've worked with them a lot over the years. I found them to be very professional, very competent. And I think we're off to a great start already when it comes to concerns over data privacy and security, because as Marianne mentioned, they are the industry standard on this. And I think we've already hit the ground running when it comes to that. So we look forward to working with you and partnering with you on furthering that. One thing I would like to just put out there is, we're talking about resources needed to continue all of these initiatives is compute power, is to make sure that we are thinking about that to drive this secure data enclave with the assumption that there's going to be a lot of demand for this data. and a lot of simultaneous use of it. And it's not, compute power is coming at a premium more and more these days. So the more we get sophisticated in that area to think about that resource, which I'm sure you already have, but just to put that out there, that we wouldn't want to run into a situation where we release something, but then only, we have to ration like the time and access to it. So just something to keep in mind.
Hadn't even thought about that. Thank you very much. Other member comments, questions? Scanning, seeing none. Marianne.
Marianne Bates. I'm happy to just provide a little bit of context. Member Ferguelli, I'm glad you mentioned that. Not during the piloting process, but more broadly, I just want to remind us too that we have the ability in statute to recover costs as it relates to the secure data enclave. So not necessarily for the services we provide more broadly, but if a researcher wants to come in and use an extraordinary amount of computing power, we do have the statutory authority to be able to have that cost be borne by the entity who's wanting to do that analysis, which I think will align incentives well.
Thank you. All right, so to aid in digestion of all that information we just threw at you, we will take a 15-minute break. It is 10:46, and we will reconvene at 11. It's now 10:47. We'll reconvene at 11:02. Thanks so much. Are we good? I didn't hear the little voice, so I didn't know. All right, so we're good. Welcome back. I hope everyone is refreshed and ready to dig in. We're now moving on to agenda item 4, update and discussion on the Cradle-to-Career Data's future operations and strategic plan. I'll be presenting this item along with Executive Director Bates and Ronnie Jones sitting at the table of leading resources. So the goal for today's conversation is for the board to review and provide feedback on the 5 draft goals and associated objectives in the strategic plan. Before we delve into that, I want to begin by providing members with some background context to the strategic planning process and highlight some past and current milestones. So it's slide 68. Here we go. C2C's strategic planning process has been a multi-month effort that began in early 2025, as you'll remember at one of these board meetings. It's been informed by extensive stakeholder engagement, including input from this board, advisory boards through exit interviews, the public through community conversations and public comments at public meetings. Stakeholder engagement has shaped the strategic planning process itself, our goals, and the objectives. The input focused on how C2C can remain useful to users, how improvements can be made to data, tools, and resources, and how to make these tools and resources be more user-friendly and accessible. I want to take the opportunity to thank all the folks here with us for leaning into C2C's curiosity value during this strategic planning process and for approaching these conversations with openness and thoughtful questions. They all lend to a more innovative and forward-looking plan that reflects our shared mission and values. Thank you as well to our advisory board members and public stakeholders for their continued partnership, input, and meaningful engagement, which helped shape, as I said, this process itself. Next slide. At our last board meeting in November, members received a high-level overview of the key big picture concepts that emerged from prior board discussions. The board reaffirmed the following 3 big picture concepts: securing the office's position as a neutral source of trusted and reliable information, focusing on the prioritization of the most useful and necessary data, and defining a broad understanding of the work of C2C and providing clarity on C2C's current and future operational utility. C2C leadership and staff have been working since early December to draft proposed strategic plan language that avoids overly abstract or consultant-driven terminology, I love that one, as well as reflects the board's previously discussed big picture concepts. Several times today, we've mentioned C2C's mission, vision, and values, and how they have been reflected in all aspects of C2C's work, including our collective wins in 2025 and future opportunities. I want to invite Executive Director Bates right now to unpack that mission, vision, and values.
Thank you. So to start, I'll just read the mission. To be California's source of actionable data and research on education, economic, and health outcomes for individuals, families, and communities. To expand access to tools and services to navigate the education to employment pipeline. So this is the mission. If we can go to the vision now. The California Cradle-to-Career data system connects individuals and organizations with trusted information and resources, providing insights into critical milestones in the pipeline from early care to K-12 to higher education, skills training, and employment. The data system empowers individuals to reach their full potential and fosters evidence-based decision-making to help California build a more equitable future. So that's the mission and vision. They're long, and These were developed during the planning process, and this language mirrors pretty closely the language in the Cradle-to-Career Data System Act, the statute that governs our work. So if you look at what's in statute, it's pretty closely mirrored here in the vision and mission. So as you discussed last time and the committee discussed, the mission and vision, I think we're intending for those to stick. Those are codified in statute. This is aligned with that. And I keep hearing about the mythical conversation during the planning process in which 45 minutes were spent discussing a semicolon. I don't know if that actually happened. Some of you around this table presumably could tell me whether it did. But the point is, yes, these are long, but the words were chosen carefully, and we've found it useful to be able to point to this and say, for example, the last 2 words or 3 words, right? A more equitable future. That's the whole point of everything that we're doing and why the data system exists. It's nice to have that clear here. It's nice to have that clear in statute. Okay, so that's the mission and vision. The main thing to know about it is 1, developed collaboratively during the planning process. 2, drawn very closely from what's in statute. Okay, so now let's talk about the values. As I mentioned earlier, you have this lovely table tent version of the 5 C2C values available, and I want to give a special thank you to Brandy Arias and Diana Yang, who prepared these ahead of today's meeting so that you can have them. And we have these available when people visit our office too. I keep one on my desk. In a moment, I'd like to pause and give you all the opportunity to reflect on what the values mean to you and how you've seen it show up and either how you're engaging in this work or how our office has been doing the work. So there will be a reflection moment here in a second to think about these values and how you've seen it show up. I'll just share some of my own reflections. 1, I think it's important that advancing equity is the first value. I think that keeps us centered on why we're doing this work, that this really is about advancing equity and opportunity for the people of California. The second one around transparency, I see a lot of connection points with our conversations with open science, that at the heart, if people are to trust the information and the data we're bringing together, I believe one of the most crucial ways we can do that is to be as transparent as possible about what data we're bringing together and the choices we make and how it's displayed. Accountability, we think of this as being accountable to the people of California and holding ourselves accountable. Just yesterday, one of my colleagues put something in our team Slack that said, hashtag transparency, accountability value. That thing I said didn't happen. It actually did. I just didn't see the attachment, right? This is how we operate as a team, including being really accountable with each other and saying, oh, that was my bad. Here, let's move on and figure this out. The fourth one, collaboration. We talk about this a lot. We could not do, the C2C literally would be an empty bucket waiting for data without our data partners. And it wouldn't be as meaningful if communities weren't as engaged in telling us what they need. So the collaboration matters. And then the last one, curiosity. I've leaned on this one maybe more than the rest on a day-to-day basis. And I had on my whiteboard the phrase, don't get mad, get curious, which is a quote from Kim Scott's book. It's a management book. I later learned apparently Ted Lasso also says that. And so when the team started calling me Ted Lasso, I had to go and watch the whole series with my oldest kid. It was fun. So you can make of that what you wish. But the point is that inevitably misunderstandings or conflict or disagreements come up in our work and work with our partners and work with the public. And if we can lean on curiosity and say, let me just take a breath, let me try to figure out what's behind this. What is the underlying need that someone's expressing here? It can really help. So those are my reflections on the values. Let me pause with your permission and also see if there are any reflections that you all would like to share on the values.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all those reflections. So let's dig in. No. The request was only to think thoughtfully to yourselves. You did not have to vocalize those reflections.
And I didn't put them in the slides you got in advance, so I'll be accountable for that.
And I'm sure we'll have plenty of comment that will reveal your reflections as we go. So this is the sort of the way things have been set up, right? So the mission and vision is the top line. This is those of you who've done this process before know that the mission and vision is the top line. The sort of the strategic plan is the goals and objectives that then feed into that. And then in our concept, the annual work plan is the sort of the tactical day-to-day activities that we both monitor and have input to make sure that we're achieving the top tier of activities. So we're not going to deal in this conversation with the mission and vision. Those are set and those are good. We're also not going to deal with sort of annual work plans and sort of tactical activities. What we want to do is focus on the goals themselves and the objectives that we are setting to reach those goals in a measurable way. We had a robust conversation in our first strategic planning committee meeting, and I mentioned that to you with a lot of conversation around that. And now this is the full board's opportunity to have that same conversation. So let me do the sort of the particulars. At the last board meeting in November, we approved the committee charter to deal with those things that I've just outlined. The committee met for its first meeting on February 11th and received an overview about the process itself. Also had the opportunity to deliver on the first draft strategic plan goals and their associated objectives. I want to thank fellow committee members Cochran, Lee, Van Natten, and Designee Bjerke, for member Irwin, for their great contributions and collaboration at that meeting. The key strengths in the draft strategic plan that members identified on February 11th included clear alignment between values and goals, thoughtful integration of values across multiple goals, and transparency in demonstrating how elements in the strategic plan connect. At the same time, members encouraged maintaining visible crosswalks between values and goals and in the final public-facing version. Also, it was important to reinforce shared ownership across teams in the office so that each goal reflects organization-wide responsibility singly and collectively on the team. And in continuing to design the document in a way that is accessible and transparent to community members engaging in the strategic planning process and the public once the process is complete. Overall, the tone of member deliberation was affirming, with members recognizing the rigor and coherence of the draft while offering very constructive suggestions to deepen clarity, collaboration, and transparency. So again, thank you for your engagement in these difficult conversations. So today, members will have an opportunity to give feedback on the draft plan. And then after today's meeting, those comments will be brought together collectively as with the other comments that have been made and comments by the public. And the committee itself will convene on April 29th to review the document that comes out of that. An updated and final draft will come before you on May 20th, and hopefully we will move forward with a renewed strategic plan. I want to open it up right now for member questions and comments on the process itself, in case there are any questions about that process procedures, and then we'll dig into the meat of the draft itself. Scanning. Any questions on process? Thank you very much. And appreciate that. So now I want to turn it over to Ronnie, our consultant from LRI, who ably led the committee through the process and has been interacting with the office staff and our team at C2C. And take it away, Ronnie.
Great. Thank you, Chair Payne. It's nice to see all of you today. Thank you for having me. As Chair Payne shared earlier today, members of the board will have an opportunity to provide feedback on the draft strategic plan that's in front of you. This is a different draft than the committee reviewed earlier at the Strategic Planning Committee 1. The goal of today's conversation will be to surface directions, priorities, and areas of refinement, but not necessarily work on finalizing all of the language, right? So we want to stay away from wordsmithing, although some of the suggestions and questions around wording raised by the Strategic Planning Committee in their first meeting was really helpful for the thought process and iteration process as well. Before we begin this next part, I would like to provide a quick housekeeping on this agenda item. Members have been provided with a printout of the draft strategic plan. And so you might want to have that in front of you. Feel free to take notes on that strategic plan that includes the goals and objectives and the connection back to the values. Afterwards, I will be opening. So within the discussion, we will.
Let me just do it.
A check.
A confirmation check to see that everybody has that in front of them, or the electronic version.
And if you don't,
Perfect.
raise your hand and we'll get you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we will spend time on each goal and its associated objectives. We'll have about 10 minutes for each of those goals. We don't need to take all of that time. And then at the end, we will pause and have about 10 minutes for a conversation more holistically across the strategic plan. So that's really the process that we have set up today. And just remember that the strategic plan in front of you has been organized around integrated cross-cutting goals. So even though some of the goals speak to different verticals more specifically, they are also meant to speak across the organization so that it is identifying areas of collaboration and shared outcomes. So that's just something else to keep in mind. So any questions on this process? You also, on the draft that you have, there should be questions that are there to help prompt your conversation. Is that right? Yep. Okay. All right. So Chair Payne, I'm going to read the goal and objectives. So I think that we're going to pull the slide deck down and put up the document itself. So we'll take just a moment to do that. Thank you. So goal 1 reads, be California's neutral, trusted source of linked statewide data on how education and jobs shape opportunity and well-being. The objectives included within this goal: earn Californians' trust in our data stewardship by leaning on our value of transparency, build open science best practices into how the data system is built, data reports are run, and research data requests are handled. Keep a public record of all studies done with C2C data and publicize all of the findings, including null results and those that run counter to our own prior expectations and goals. Identify priority questions and data resources through learning agendas that draw on input from communities, advisory boards, and partners. Maintain trust by continuing public governance processes for making decisions about the data system. Embed privacy, security, and responsible data use in all operations. And Chair Payne, I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Okay, the floor is open. You know how I am about silence being assent. We'll give it some time.
And there's lots of processing going on, and maybe the committee, if you can look at this goal and share maybe how this has changed or some things that you're noticing from the previous version that might be interesting for us to take a look at, just to get things started.
Well, so there's just to start conversation. There's and as I read this, there was a lot of discussion in the committee about whether this goal was exclusionary or inclusionary, and the question was, do we want to be the only trusted, or does this system want to sort of call itself the only one that is trusted throughout the state, knowing that there are data systems all over? And so the second version of drafting was meant to speak to that a little bit by including the term linked, to show that we don't profess to be the only ones doing this work, and we're not the only ones to be trusted, although, we do have a lot of pride in that activity. The second one for me, though, personally, too, is the last phrase, well-being. Part of what I struggle with is the notion from its inception, the system was meant to put in all sorts of to bring in all sorts of different kinds of data, including health data, and we haven't, and that part hasn't been realized yet, obviously, because we've got social service data, we've got workforce data, we've got all these sorts of things, but I don't want to lose sight of that notion. And so for me, I'm wondering whether in the goal, the terminology around well-being is an outcomes activity, when part of what we're intending is for that, if well-being being a sort of a term of art for some of that health data, some of that information should be part of the componentry of the system itself. And so that's something that I'm grappling with and I'm thinking about as we go forward. Because obviously it is a legitimate outcome, but it's also a legitimate information that we want to call out, that we want to put in, and that we want to have part of the system going forward. Member Jen. Yes, should be.
I like the thinking around sort of health and well-being, but I was actually thinking when I read this about it differently, around well-being just as a proxy, as like good life, and it could just be earnings or a good job, because we have opportunity, and that just because you have opportunity doesn't mean that you actually are able to secure it. So it's not just it's like the opportunity, but also that you're able to secure the opportunity for a good life. So health, but also things that I feel like C2C could probably, with the workforce data, look at today around well-being.
I agree. It's a great sort of outcome part of the equation. Yeah, thank you. Member Rakoczewska.
Agnieszka Rakoczewska, California Health and Human Services Agency. I think you're bringing up a really good point, and I don't know how to reflect it exactly in the words, but the idea being that, yes, education and jobs can shape health, and vice versa. Your health conditions can also, impact education and jobs, and being able to understand that nuance and really dig into what works for whom and what creates the most opportunity and well-being for whom, given the circumstances of their health, is really important. And I guess it started me down a path of thinking of the word equity. When I think about health, oftentimes we think of later outcomes as an equity piece. So how do we shape policies so that those facing certain health conditions can still have those opportunities and that well-being further down the line? And I think that's exactly what incorporating Health and Human Services data into this linked system allows us to start really digging to and explore. It's not just looking at everybody's, as one whole swell swoop outcomes, but also really digging into subpopulations and seeing what their needs are and how it's being addressed and what works and what doesn't. So that the word that came to me was equity as you were speaking, but I'm not sure if that's the right way to reframe it.
Right.
The other piece that came up for me is curiosity around the early childhood piece of it. So we have the education, is like early childhood programs, is that captured as part of the education piece of it, or does it need to be reflected differently? So It's a thought. It's not a fully complete thought, but that's the one that kind of.
It's a complicated thought because it's a complicated activity, right? It's in some instances it's social science, social services, in some instances it's education, and so I think that's part of something that they're grappling with exactly now. But I think it's captured.
Okay.
The question is, how should we talk about that? Thank you. Yes, please, Member Cochran.
Thank you so much. I'm as one of the members of the subcommittee who did comment on this goal, and I really appreciate the slight rewords here to add the words linked and statewide, just to make sure that not all other data systems were considered not trustworthy. I have a question that I'm slightly hesitant to ask because I feel like it might be beyond the scope of this conversation. I'm looking at the second objective regarding build open science best practices and into how the data system is built, yada, yada, yada. And then the second sentence is keep a public record of all studies done with C2C data and publicize all of the findings, including null results and those that run counter to our own prior expectations and goals. I very much appreciate the goal and the intent of that, and also recognize that irresponsible data analysis is a real thing with poorly drawn conclusions. I don't know if this is something that the team has thought about, kind of how do you're not trying to shut down inquiry, but also don't want to give cover for shoddy work products that will, where placement on a C2C website would be used to claim legitimacy.
Director Bates.
That's a really helpful reflection. I have a couple of thoughts on that. In one of the committee's feedback points on the second bullet point, originally it was just the first sentence that basically talks about the need for open science best practices without being very specific about exactly what those are. The second sentence was added in a nod towards trying to create a very plain language and intuitive description of what one of the foundational principles of open science practices is. One idea that I've had of work that our office could do is to create a 1 or 2 page summary of here what open science principles mean to Cradle-to-Career and have that detailed. And so one option may be to say, similar to how in the next bullet point, learning agendas has a footnote, because again, that's a proper noun that not everyone will understand. Open science is similar. To instead footnote this and link to a 1 or 2 page plain language summary that says, in general, here's our approach to open science. Wherever possible, we're going to be as transparent as possible. Wherever possible, you say what analysis you're going to do before you actually do it. And can list that in a page or two. And then this could reference that document instead of trying to define all of open science in one sentence, which is what we're essentially aiming to do here. So that might be one way to avoid having the 5-year strategic plan, try to define all of open science in one sentence. Your second question on what does legitimacy, are we legitimizing an analysis that was not correctly done, let's say, by having it on the website? That is a whole host of questions we'll need to think through very carefully when we create the research library of studies done, and one that we can potentially address through filters around methodology used, what study design is, and things like that, so that people can use those tools to distinguish between different methodologies that were used. But it's a very complex question that we're going to need to incrementally address. So I appreciate that you raised it.
And I actually think that's an elegant solution to the issue, if you agree.
I think I could think it could be very elegant. It sounds like you can envision what it might look like. I think in terms of this, I guess my question would still just be for consideration whether or not the organization wants to make a commitment to publicize all of the findings, because it can still publicize all of the findings and create a filtering solution without having said so.
Mm-hmm.
But once we've said so, it creates the demand to come up with a filtering solution.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, Member Skull.
So Member Skull for California School Information Services. For me, going through the first goal, helping me to understand where we are at in the process, and because I couldn't get this thought out of my head when reading through it. When setting goals, how do we measure our progress towards them?
Yeah.
And so we see the goals here, but I was curious where we are in the process for defining what metrics we would use to measure progress towards those goals.
Yeah, I think it largely where we're measuring is, first of all, the conversation around the goals and objectives themselves is a conversation where our judgment comes into assuming that meeting the objectives actually imputes to meeting the goal. Where specific pieces of measurement come into the equation is in the annual work plan and the tasks that get done, and the work plan's connection to which goals and objectives that it's trying to get after. We shouldn't, to your point, we shouldn't have anything in the set of goals and objectives that you can't effectively measure. But I think that tactically, the measurement activity takes place more in the annual work plan area than in the goals and objectives part of the equation. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. One of the things that I like most about this, I want to pull on a thread that Member Jez, I think, initially pulled on, is that last phrase of the goal and well-being, because it's something that our system really wrestles with a lot right now, especially given some of the national push about identifying return on investment in education. And when people have that conversation, they almost always go directly to earnings, right? What additional earnings did they get over and above what a high school graduate would have gotten? And setting aside the bad analysis question, which I could go down a log rabbit hole on that work, but it leaves off a lot of really meaningful things that education has real value for people in helping them become entrepreneurs or develop autonomy, become citizens, to engage in careers that are meaningful to them, that may not pay more, but are more meaningful to them. And so I think what I didn't see as a way that we're going to articulate how we would do that. And so I think about some of the kind of attempts to generate like a measure of, like Bhutan did with the gross national happiness, right? Like to get a sense of, can we use this as a way to better understand the collective well-being of California and the influence of the things that we are trying to do for them? And so I would just encourage some kind of way to, like, I could read that into some of the bullets, but like articulating that a little bit clearly, like part of the goal here is to actually better understand that and see what predicts it so that we can help shape it.
So let me see if I heard it correctly. What you're looking for is something in the objective statements that specifically calls out the well-being portion of the goal itself.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Member Jess. Then remember Romero after that.
I have to say, when I first looked at this, I just thought, like, this all looks great, perfect. And then now the discussion is pulling a lot more.
A closed conversation immediately.
Right, yeah. I think Member Cochran's comments made me think about the sort of keeping a public record of all studies done. I just think maybe this bullet point, maybe just to think about like what this means for the staff. So like if someone does an analysis with the public dashboard, is that sort of a study done, or is it just the request process? I don't know how much you want to get into the weeds of this, but flagging that like that feels really open right now. I think maybe more than you guys intended, or we intended. And then I also wanted to point, I remember like the National Longitudinal Study of Youth, the Bureau of Labor Statistics data set had some requirement, like when you completed a study, to share it with them, and they list it. So that could be, I don't know, for better or worse. I don't know how it's worked out for them, but I know as a user of the data, I, was required to send over that, but it was also very academic. I don't know, I think everything was like, peer reviewed, published. So I think the sort of, not to say there's not shoddy peer-reviewed research, but there was some level of vetting that didn't depend on the C2C office creating something and evaluating. I feel like with so much to be done for C2C, I think vetting and evaluating and filtering studies isn't the thing that I would love for you to spend a bunch of time on. And then the last thing is, in the goal, California is neutral. And I know this neutrality is an important part of how C2C exists and is rolling out. I wasn't sure how that showed up in the objectives, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Romero, I believe, then Member Fujirelli after that.
Pulling on the thread that John was pulling on and pairing well-being with equity, I wanted to share something we've grappled with in the workforce is it's like we always had economic mobility, but then wanting to pair it with job quality. And the reason that is for the very reasons that were touched upon is that, you could be making a decent living, but if you're working 16 hours a day, it's not a very good life and it's not very sustainable. So it's just like, but it's been why we struggled with it was we're trying to look through it through our data, which is very limited. It's like, what are the factors that make a job quality? One of the things, is there health benefits? Is there this, and so on. So that is something that we're grappling with. So I don't know how helpful that is for this conversation. Oh, I think that question will persist and we will look for help.
Great. Member Fujirelli, and then Cifuentes after that.
Chris Forgioli, University of California. Yeah, just a few thoughts on the goal statement. California's neutral trusted source of linked statewide data on how education and jobs shape opportunity and well-being. It seems to read like a research finding rather than a goal. We have data on jobs, we have data on education, but I don't know technically if we have data on how they shape them. I think that's more of a research finding potentially. So if it were me, I would figure out a way to put the shaping opportunity and well-being somehow in the learning agenda, because that seems like a priority area that we would want researchers to look into. But putting it in the goal seems to maybe limit the kind of research that might be done with the data on education and jobs.
Thank you. Member Cifuentes.
Did you want to answer that?
Why don't you go ahead?
You sure? Okay. Catalina Cifuentes, Riverside County Office of Education. I'm representing K-12. I just want to say thank you for the thought and the process. I'm like members, like so when I was the same way. Like, I don't know, I think we're good, but the more I look at it, the more I think, when I think of number one, goal one, right? I think goal one and how it connects to goal, being flexible and secure. Goal four, the data system continually adapts. I think what's been done here is just, it's tremendous, but there's still so much more to do. And I say that a lot of what we're doing is autopsy, right? We're doing after the fact, and we have so much potential to be proactive. And there's currently, advocates right now asking for additional funding to help increase A through G completion rates, right, in K-12. And there was so much money given by the governor and the legislature for that this last cycle, 3-4 years. But it was here's the money, but we don't even know what your baseline is. We don't even know what parts of California need to increase. We just know go do good with the local control school districts. Well, some did good and some stayed the same, but we gave them the money, right? And so here we are, we're sitting on data like California College's data, right? And it's a part of C2C, but yet we're still trying to coordinate what that looks like so we can have live actionable data. So when I hear that legislation, I want to say, we shouldn't be awarding any money until we pull that data from California colleges, and it's not hard. It doesn't take a lot. I do it all the time for 23 school districts, 400,000 students ourselves. We can proactively regionally say, who really needs to get the help for A through G? Who really needs the support? Tie it into the
the data sharing we just went into with California State Community Colleges system with our direct admissions pilot, right? We've done for over 10 years transcript analysis, transcript reviews, met with teachers, grading practices. Riverside County did not get the greatest jump in A through G completion in over the last 10 years for any large county that serves over 10,000 students, more than we did because of the direct admissions pilot. It wasn't all the others. So I would say if you were giving me money, I'm going to see how I can partner with the higher eds. Don't give it to all of my districts. And I'm saying that, and I share that, and I have the data to back it up. And it's true. We jumped 4% in 1 year, A through G. Why? Because that admissions pilot told the families, hey, your student has potential for higher ed. Your student has opportunities. It empowered our families. And if we're trying to do more of that, we have to empower our families. And that was better than any money you could have given to more school counselors and more administrators. It went directly opportunities to students. And so I share that because that was live actionable data. That was California colleges. So how we can put somewhere within the goals, or it's just something we do, the more we can move to proactive instead of reactive data, that we do have opportunities right now that we're sitting on, will be powerful. And I can say, like I said, no other county increased A through G completion more than Riverside County. And our one change idea was the direct admissions pilot with the CSU. So if you were to say, here's money for A through G completion, I'd be working with Member Evans on how we're going to coordinate even more to get more kids and parents aware of what's available.
Thank you. Director Bates.
This is Marianne Bates. I'd love to reflect back a few of the things that I've heard across comments to make sure our office is hearing what you're intending to say and can appropriately prepare for the committee meeting. On the question of an objective related to our neutrality, I think of that in part as what we don't do, meaning we don't take policy positions. We're going to put out the data, but we're not going to, for example, do what Member Cifuentes just said and said, therefore, the following policy should or shouldn't be implemented. We leave that to other entities to make those statements based on using our data. So we could consider an objective basically saying we're going to maintain neutrality by avoiding taking policy positions. If you think that clarity of like defining what neutrality means would be helpful, that would be one option. We'll really wrestle with some of the questions you're raising around the potential pitfalls of elevating studies and all of them. I think that whenever something uses non-public data, that's when this transparency is especially crucial. So can we track what everyone does with our dashboard data? No. But if we're creating a data report, I think it's incredibly important for C2C to, for example, have very clear documentation on how we cut the data for CSAC's reporting purposes so that people know exactly what we did and what the assumptions were. And if people use the enclave to do studies with non-public data, at least a record that says researcher so-and-so got access to the following data to do the study as they described here is important for transparency. So we'll think a lot more about that. Member Frigiueli's piece about how this shapes opportunity and well-being feeling like a research study. The original version of this that the committee wrestled with just listed like on data on education, jobs, and well-being. And then the shaping language I think what that clarifies is the why for like a general member of the public, like why is it that we are bringing together data on education, jobs, and social services? It's so that we can understand how opportunity, equity, and well-being is being shaped. So that was some of how that evolved. And then to Member Cifuentes' comments, just a thought around Goal 2 in particular, maybe a place where an objective around using the data to reduce administrative burden or whatever the opposite of using it for an autopsy, as you put it, might be, that's very compelling. Yeah, it's a compelling phrase. Perhaps that might be a place where we could think about an objective on that.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'd like to move us on unless somebody has an urgent need to talk about anything else in goal number 1. Perfect. Let's move on to goal number 2, and then Ronnie will read it through and go through that, and we'll have about 10 minutes for conversation around that one. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So goal number 2 reads, create data insights and tools that Californians count on. The objectives listed under this goal: use user-centered design to discover and create meaningful data products for the public. Develop and release intuitive public dashboards and data reports that tell human stories about Californians. Create and provide curated data sets for the public to answer questions and quantify impact. Enable external research through a C2C secure data enclave where researchers can do analysis in a controlled environment that protects data privacy and security.
Okay, again, comments, questions about either the goals or the objectives? Remember, we're not wordsmithing per se, but conceptualizing. Member Moldoff.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Commission. So I'm looking at not just this goal, but also the two following to get a sense of where the actionable data is living in here. What I'm not necessarily seeing, and I don't know if it's just because I haven't read it thoroughly enough because I keep jumping back and forth, but I'm not seeing like the ability for us to do what I talk about every time about linking data between data providers in order to alleviate administrative burden. I mean, we talked before about the CalKids work that you all are doing, also the work you're doing with us for the CalGrant reporting. I don't see it in this plan to do more things like that. There's still a heavy emphasis on the public access to data, the researcher use of data, which I acknowledge is definitely the priorities that were set in the statute for the Cradle-to-Career data system. But just wanting to make sure that we're still keeping that background utility, because there is a lot of utility in that to actually make the data work rather than just having it live where it can be seen and not necessarily used to make differences for students and other Californians.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point. And let me just acknowledge it, and it'll get put in some manner in the process going forward. Thank you, Ron. But it's incredibly important. Your point is well taken. Scanning. Okay. Let us move on. Goal 3, please. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Excellent. Thank you. And as many of you have pointed out, these goals are definitely interlinked. So if as you're reading goal 3, that I'm going to read out loud right now, it prompts you to think something in one of the other goals, please don't hesitate to just sort of mention that so that we can track that as well. So goal 3 reads, provide equitable access to information and tools for all Californians. And the objectives listed under this goal: tell a clear story about why data insights matter. Regularly engage stakeholders in collaboratively designed products that address the needs of communities throughout California. Maximize reach, strengthen understanding, and expand community use of tools by implementing effective community-defined delivery methods by California's population. Develop and implement data literacy efforts that address the diverse needs of individuals across California.
Okay, again, we have about 10 minutes to discuss this, opening it up to the group. Member Jess.
The objective on data literacy was surprising and very, very cool.
Thank you.
It's in our statute. It's another part of that. Our statute is like ancient literature. You can just read it again and again and get something new from it each time. But it's one of the things we're mandated to do. I know.
And I remember it being a big topic during the planning process. There's Member Wakacheska.
Agnieszka Rukacheska, Cal HHS. What jumped out to me was I felt like everything under goal 2 could fit under goal 3 in my mind. That to me, goal 3 is the broader one, and everything that's written in under goal 2 to me enables goal 3, and to the point that I really was sitting there trying to say, what's the difference between these two? It just seems like it's a different, like, communication versus the research itself kind of focus. But I think all of it is necessary for actual equitable access to information. And so I held my comment for goal 2 to this one because it is kind of related. I feel like, is this about being more actionable with the, like, that there's a goal that's missing around then taking these insights and ensuring that they're communicated in a way that's actionable without taking a policy stance. And maybe that's the distinction between the two, because we should, all of the things under goal 2 create more equitable access.
Yeah, I'll let Ronnie respond to this one too, but part of it too is the structure of the structure of goals and objectives, and not having too many objectives under a single goal, and being able to do that. But I actually really appreciate your suggestion to reduce administrative burden by reducing the number of goals that we have here. But Ronnie, any comment on that?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about process, and then if Executive Director Bates has any reflections on this as well. The process that we engaged in was to look at the current strategic plan, take a look at the priorities that the board set, and continue to look forward in order to do some refinement. So some of the goals and objectives are based on building on existing work in order to make improvements and make these connections that I think you're seeing across the objectives, and maybe even some similarities. So I did make a note of how do we use language to maybe differentiate some of those or get more specific about those. And I think that it continues to be a refinement process as we're thinking about this strategic plan being interconnected in a way that doesn't create silos. And so what are those items, what are those objectives that do have overlap, that maybe have similar language in order to communicate that these are collaborative efforts? And then which of those objectives are a little bit more distinct? And so we can take that back to the leadership team and identify where some of those overlaps exist versus where is their actual distinct work that maybe some of the language needs to be looked at. So I'll defer to Executive Director Bates on other reflections.
Director Bates.
Thank you. I think of goal 2 as being about what we're building, ensuring it's useful. And goal 3 is about making sure it actually gets used. So in other words, we could create the most amazing thing that we think is useful. But goal 3 is about holding our feet to the fire and ensuring that, Shannon's team is doing what they're already doing and tracking metrics of how is this actually being used, looking at that by geography, by different communities. Are we actually reaching California's communities, right? So that's, I think, the nuance between goal 2 and goal 3 is we could build a really shiny and fancy thing. And if only people in Sacramento love it because it's only focused on being, by legislative district, but it doesn't let people dive into the data in the ways that they want to, then we wouldn't have succeeded. So it's like goal 2 is what are we building and making it useful? Goal 3 is it actually being used? And that's the nod towards data literacy as well, that's about the whole reach, equitable access, and ensuring people can actually use the data.
I like that. Other comments? Member Ferjueli. You didn't raise your hand, but you grabbed the mic, so I figured.
Chris Ferjueli, University of California. Just circling back to the data literacy goal, which I agree is an admirable and an important one. But I feel like it doesn't link back enough to, I think, the vision statement about fostering data-driven decision-making. Because it's one thing for everyday people to be more data literate and maybe understand data in a dashboard or data in their daily lives better. But I think we also need to be explicit that it's the people in power who are making decisions about resource allocation, making policies, laws, what have you, that needs to be part of the data literacy as well. Our policy making needs to be more data and evidence based and data literate. And I don't feel like that comes out as much as it does, just like everyday citizens need to be more data literate, which is necessary, but not enough, I think, for their lives to be positively impacted by this.
I appreciate that, especially as former legislative staff. I think that's important in other places as well as this. One of the comments that I made individually to the team was the data literacy is not just outside, it's actually internal to all of us as well. Some of the ways that you speak about data are very different than some of the ways that Member Skull speaks about data. And I think there's a larger obligation sort of internally to the system and to ourselves as a board and to our member constituents to ensure data literacy is emphasized and is important as well. It's not about hygiene as much as it's about what we're saying and what we're talking about and what we mean by what we're saying. And I think that's important for everyone at the table to understand where other people are coming from. Thank you. Okay, marvelous. Okay, I think that finishes us with goal 3. Let's move on to goal 4.
Great. Goal 4 reads, build a flexible, secure data system that continually adapts to the needs of Californians. The objectives underneath this goal: build the data system for scale and flexibility so it answers questions today and in the future. Adapt to changes in laws, standards, and industry guidance so the system stays compliant. Routinely review and update security and privacy practices so the system is safe and secure. Continually review and identify gaps in data access and availability.
Again, 10 minutes. Comments, suggestions, observations. Member Rekachevska.
Just appreciations that this is such a clear goal and that it's being called out at the end of the day in order for us to be trusted. Top priority is the security of this data, and so really appreciated. I did want to ask whether the numbering of the goals is intentional, or are all the goals kind of seen as equal, or just because I was actually a little bit surprised that it was the 4th goal and maybe not the 2nd. So.
Interesting question. I can't answer it specifically. I do want to reflect the conversation when the committee met too, was that this notion of security, while being a called out independent goal, is also something that we needed to have live in all of the goals as sort of fundamentals. Like equity is a fundamental throughout that suffuses. Security should also be a fundamental that suffuses as well. Do you have any response on the sort of the numbering issue?
This is Marianne Bates. I think the numbering primarily in this process just aids with clarity while you're developing them. Are we talking about goal 1? Are we talking about goal 4? In the final design, that's actually a really interesting design choice. Do we just want to make them bold and have them kind of be equal, or do we want them numbered? We played with different orders. I'm like, should goal 3 come before goal 2, and what should the order be? I think of goal 4 as sort of being about like what I was mentioning earlier around the project we're doing with ODI and making sure the underlying infrastructure enables a flexible, nimble, and secure response over time. So in some ways I can see connection points between goal 4 and goal 5, and that those are both about some of the internal things that the public doesn't necessarily touch and feel, but that are crucial for goals 1, 2, and 3 to become visible. So we can cut these out and move the papers around and see how the story flows, but I'm not sure it's a hierarchy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Member Tagorda.
Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. If goal 2 is the system, goal 3 is the public, then goal 4 is the continued need to ensure the relevance of the system to the public That's sort of how I look at it. There's a continued need to innovate and to ensure that there's, compliance and applicability. But it forces us as a governing board, in my opinion, to ensure that we're continually responsive to what we're getting feedback on from the public so that the system continues to serve its needs. That's sort of how I look at it.
Thank you. I like that. Member Sullivan.
Thank you, Member Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. I just want to uplift that last comment because I was reading this as well with an eye toward this is really talking about continuous improvement, right? Which as state agencies is something I think the public expects from us, and I think they have a right to expect that from us, right? That we're constantly looking at our systems and modifying them and improving them so that they continue to do what the public needs today, but also 3 years from today. And then just going backwards to the comment about numbers versus just having them bold, I will say from a conversational standpoint and even maybe reporting in the future, I would support keeping them numbered just because it's easier to say on goal number 4 or, 4.2, as opposed to the goal that says build flexible and secure data systems that continually adapt, right? But yeah, taking a look at if there is a priority, because people will see that. To me, goal 1 clearly should be goal 1. It shouldn't be anywhere else. And so with goal 1 being so clear as kind of a foundational goal, maybe organization of the others in some way that makes logical sense is also good. But just want to encourage keeping the numbering.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Member Romero.
Javier Romero, EDD. Just going back to Chris's point on the prior, I think there's room here to say like maintaining relevance is that it creates the opportunity for data-driven decision making, be it at the individual level, state level, policy level, what have you. Suggestion.
Thank you. Marvelous. Anything else? Okay, let's move on to goal 5. Ronnie, take it away.
Great. I'll just also reinforce that the team did have several discussions about the order, landed on this for a development process. And I think that the other thing is that Executive Director Bates has been really clear about that the strategic plan should be able to be taken up by anybody and read and interpreted. And I think that the staff felt as though having goals 2 and 3 come first, describe what you do with this thing, right? If you don't know what a data system is, what can you do with it? And what impact does it have on me as a member of the public? It doesn't mean they have to stay in this order, but just thinking about it, if you're reading it from the outside as a member of the public who doesn't know much about the data system, that might foster an understanding of why the data system is important. So just putting that on the table, but we'll definitely take the order back to the team and continue to talk about those things. So thank you for those comments. All right, goal 5, I just want to point out goals 1 through 4 are very external facing from the organization. Goal 5 really turns internal. I think about what happens behind the scenes in order to make all of this work. And so goal 5 reads, optimize organizational and operational culture, recruit and retain top talent on the C2C team, operationalize C2C's shared values, use current and accurate fiscal and administrative data to inform resource prioritization and decision-making, make meaningful partnerships inside and outside of state government, define outcomes and measure what matters, manage risk within a complex compliance landscape. Chair Payne.
Opening it up. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Member on video. I'm forgetting your name right now. Sorry.
No problem. Tobias obtained via Office of Senator Christopher Cabaldon. I think this is really helpful looking at some of the objectives, really looking at the defined outcomes in measure what matters. Having some of those measurable outcomes of specifically looking at what data is helping shape policy. It could be really beneficial for the long-term funding stability of the C2C when we're looking at some of these boards and programs at the state level, seeing the how impactful they are being on state policy will help in some of those decision making, especially with general fund dollars, I think.
Thank you, designee Upton Villa. Other comments? Member Sullivan.
Thank you, Member Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. So not to belabor the topic, going back to the order, I just want to comment on the fact that as much as I think goal number 1 needs to be goal number 1, I appreciate that goal number 5 comes where it does. I think that it really talks about how the organization is going to support all of the things that have already been laid out in 1 through 4. And in that way, I would also just like to, for what it's worth, put my support behind the way that the goals are set out, especially in light of the additional comments or the additional information that we received about why they're in the order that they're in. I think it makes very good sense that if I was not a researcher, let's say just a member of the public who wanted to use this information for, and learn a little bit more about the goals of the organization, I think that users can see themselves in goals 2 and 3, which keeps them engaged to move on to goal 4, which is more about kind of what the organization, goals 4 and 5, which is more about what the organization is going to be doing.
Thank you. Member Moldov.
Thank you. Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. I think just as we were excited to see the point about data literacy, I also want to appreciate that the health and strength of the organization itself is one of the goals. I think that's something that is often kind of missing in strategic plan, to really remember that it's also about the internal actors, not just the external.
Very good point. Member Evans.
Member Nathan Evans, California State University System. Building on Member Moldov's statement, maybe one thought, because I have been so impressed thinking about C2C, maybe it's beyond startup phase, but it probably still feels that way many days, at the organization's commitment to inclusion and accessibility as a fundamental part of creating an organization. I don't see that explicitly called out here, but I know that is a core value and has been in the development and construction of this organization. So maybe offering that as a suggestion to reaffirm that in this planning, this sort of forward-looking document.
Thank you. Very important. Other comments? Okay, marvelous. Point of privilege, actually, Member Uptain via. I want to just do a check with you to see that the technology is working correctly and you've been able to hear all of the conversation. People are using their mics appropriately and speaking softly enough or slowly enough.
Yes, I can hear everyone. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've had hold on a sec, let me catch up where I am. Thank you all members for your conversation and feedback. We've taken copious notes. Ronnie's taken notes. I've taken notes. I'm sure the team has taken notes as well. As I mentioned, this will go back out for a reversioned activity, and you'll see it again after the Strategic Planning Committee meets again a second time, and then you'll see it again in your May meeting. So thank you very much for all of that insightful feedback. What stands between us and lunch now is our customary public comment opportunity. And so, sorry, Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I thought at the end we were going to kind of have an Uber discussion, of
Yes.
what might be missing?
Yeah, sorry. So
I'm
I do
terribly
think
sorry, I
that's
missed
okay. No. We're right on time. So you're right. We have about 8 minutes. If anybody, now that we've had a discussion of the plan as a whole, or if you've had time to rethink any of the goals or objectives, so comments overall on the plan as a whole, and we have about 8 minutes for that.
Apologies.
It's okay.
Would you like to make a comment on the whole, sir?
I very much would, sir. John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I just want to tie together, I think, the threads that Member Cifuentes and Members Moldoff and some of the threads that the two of you brought together in your opening statements. And that is, I think there's a missing goal. And I think there really needs to be a goal about how this work is going to put the data of California to work for Californians, right? Not just make it accessible, but how are we going to seek out ways to reduce administrative burden? How are we going to make it so that the data makes the lives of Californians easier? And I'll just use one example. I have the good fortune, misfortune of being the person that things flow up to when things aren't going well. And that people can't resolve. And one that really struck me from last year is we had a student who had attended our institutions a long time ago, had matriculated to CSU, gone to UC for graduate school, and was coming back for retraining and was reapplying to our, through our application system. And they were very polite and professional, but you could hear the frustration and anger behind their questions, which was like, why are you asking me, state of California, to provide all of this information that I know you have in order to take a course, right? And so like the fact that, and I knew the answer, I know why we can't, but the fact that we can't have easy access to data for that student that reapplies so that when they don't have to fill out like what are the courses that you took at CSU or what are your degrees that you have, that we can put that to work so that they can just get what they want, which is to enroll in the course to develop the skill that they're trying to get. And so I really think thinking about that as one of the goals really has to be, I think that's what's missing. And then I had a second comment, and I think one of the things we're going to have to really wrestle with, especially with this type of goal, but also in the juxtaposition of goal 1 and goal 3, right? And that is, it's all well and good to be a trusted and neutral source of information, but neutrality in the face of inequity isn't neutral. And so I think we are going to face things where we are going to be looking at data that suggests that the resources that are available to students are not being distributed fairly. And for us to not think about what that means and whether or not we develop recommendations because we're trying to stay neutral is really going to be in opposition of one of the core values of C2C. And so I think we're going to have to wrestle with what that means if we are facing down, which I think, anyone who looks at education data very long is going to have to face down, is that we're going to see real inequities. And if we're going to sit on our hands, it's going to be really hard to square with our values.
I think we have a +1 over there. Actually, I think we have 20 +1s. So appreciate that. Member Moldoff.
Thank you for being on this bandwagon with us, John. Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. I was looking at the proposed questions, and I think this really gets to the heart of how does the strategic plan reflect C2C's value to people of California and demonstrates its future utility? I mean, I think that's something we talked about. I don't know if it was at the last meeting, but like basically the future of the data system, the sustaining of the data system, especially as we're kind of staring down the barrel of changing administration in the very near future. What's really the value add of the data system to California to justify its continued existence? Because it would be terrible if it got written out in like a line item in the future, like because there's been all this work to put it together. But I mean, we are in kind of a tough economic time. So making sure that there is a value add to it, I think is definitely crucial. And I think that is really coming to this, like putting the data to work piece, is that if we can make some actual substantial impacts on the lives of Californians, I think that goes a long way in proving that there is utility and value in continued investments.
Thank you, Member Moldoff. Member Lee.
Meredith Lee, Senate appointed board member, and apologies if this was covered when I was in another meeting, but in terms of overarching comments, I did want to say a couple of things. One is I'm a huge fan of attachment A. So if it wasn't discussed previously, I wanted to uplift that. It's a really concise way to show the different connections between the goals and the values, and really, I think, invite conversation as well as accountability, which is definitely appreciated. The second thing, and I mentioned this a bit in the committee meeting, I wanted to underscore that this is actually a really interesting opportunity for those of us who have been through a lot of strategic planning processes. They don't all look like this. And it's a unique way that I see all of our work, our staff's work with community conversations, with showing up to meet people where they are. This is potentially the first time that some constituents have an opportunity to provide early input to a strategic plan, certainly one that involves tens of millions of Californians. And so I don't think as a board and as a community, we should overlook that that's not always how it happens. And this is really a special opportunity to continue to invite and iterate on our living document here.
Thank you, Member Lee. Okay, now can we, okay. With apologies, we'll move on. Thank you for the overarching comments as well as the specific comments to each of the goals themselves. As I said, we'll take this back. The team will work on it. Then we'll have another committee meeting, and then you'll see it again in May. So now if I could please, agenda item 12, we'll open it up to members of the public for general public comment. This is our final item before we break for lunch. Are there any speaker slips? There are none. Is there anybody in the room who has not submitted a speaker slip but would like to speak nevertheless? Scanning, seeing none. Stephanie, would you please open it up to the Zoom?
Yeah, for members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment. Okay. Pausing momentarily, seeing no raised hands at this time.
No one at this time. Perfect. That's marvelous. Okay, so thank you to, well, I won't thank people who make comments, but because no one made any comments. So thank you very much. We appreciate all of your thoughts and insights from this morning's activities. At this time, we will pause for a 45-minute lunch. We will return at 1:10. Yeah, 1:10 p.m. Okay. Welcome back. To establish our ability to go forward, could I please call for a roll call vote, please? Thank you, Stephanie.
Chair Payne,
Present.
Vice Chair Tagorda,
Present.
Designee Uptain Villa for Member Cabalden,
Present.
Member Cifuentes, Member Cochran,
Present.
Member Evans,
Present.
Member Ferjueli,
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Present.
Member Hetz,
Present.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin,
Present.
Member Jez,
Present.
Member Lee,
Present.
Member Nellum, or Member Moldoff,
Present.
Member Nellum, Member Romero, Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services,
Present.
Member Skull,
Present.
Member Sublé,
Present.
Member Sullivan,
Present.
Member Van Natten, Member Vu. For the record, we have 18 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Welcome back from lunch. Now we'll be moving on to agenda item 5, which is the update on learning agendas. I want to invite Amira Boland, who is on your screen, Chief of Staff to the new practice lab, to present this item. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Amira.
Thanks for having me. Should I go begin?
For it.
Awesome.
The floor is
Okay.
yours.
Great. Thank you all so much for having me. I'm so grateful to be here and grateful for the efforts of your team and what you all are building. It's really something special, and it's an example for so many other states to learn from. And I work with many other states that are learning from this example. So, not to mention, just as an evidence-based policy making nerd, it's so powerful to see what this type of data system can do for Californians. So I think it's in my bio, but I was a civil servant at the White House across several administrations and really had the privilege of working and seeing efforts in the evidence-based policy making world mature over the last decade. A key piece of this was taking learning and evaluation from being just a siloed, often stepchild part of the policy process to be more integrated into the formal strategic planning and budgeting process, and attempt to create a more robust cadence of naming what we know and what we don't know and why that matters for our policy, and then actually conducting and funding those activities in a way that enables them to be useful. So some of you all may have varying degrees of knowledge of what a learning agenda is, or have heard terms like a research agenda or an analysis plan in the past. Those terms can sometimes be used interchangeably. And for the sake of this conversation, we're going to call it a learning agenda in alignment with leading practices and the current federal statute, which I'll speak to in a bit. If you'll go to the next slide. So I can kind of make out faces and bodies there, but raise your hand if you've ever been a part of a strategic planning process before. Okay, great. Raise your hand if
All
you've
hands are
ever,
raised.
yeah, I can tell. Raise your hand if you've ever had a learning agenda or a research process before. You folks? Okay, great. Yeah, a lot. Good. Have any, since most people have done a strategic planning process, have you ever had a learning agenda be a part of that strategic planning process? Some folks.
One hand.
Okay. I always say that the best learning agenda is one that is useful. So, there's no perfect way to do it as long as it is one that is used. And so I like to start by saying that, a learning agenda is the part of your planning in which you capture questions that come up as part of it. So where do you feel like you're making decisions that are on shaky ground? Where do you really just not know what, kind of name where you're winging it a little bit, which, never happens at the White House or in federal policy. It's a bit of a built-in humility check. So, by prompting yourself to ask these key questions as you go and to make statements, it also helps you to understand the context of what you know and don't know. So if you go to the next slide, at the right here in this pie chart, which you probably can't see, but you could look at later if you really care, is the federal government's general bucketing of the 4 types of learning activities. So it ranges from a more lightweight foundational fact-finding learning activity all the way to the most intense program and impact evaluation that often can involve randomized controlled trials or, can attribute causality to certain interventions. There are many scenarios for which we as policymakers need evidence. There's, everything from deciding which letter to send to increase tax credit uptake, to taking a pilot from 1 site to 3 sites, to expanding a program that's been successful at multiple sites into a multi-million-dollar budget package, to put forward in front of the legislature. Each of those different types of decisions, as you all probably know better than anybody, requires different standards of evidence, and a learning agenda can help you understand and structure what type of effort you really need, right? If you totally know nothing, then some formative evaluation is great. If you're really trying to home a particular intervention, then you need more of an impact evaluation. But sometimes there's this bias that, evaluation and learning is really expensive and we need multiple millions of dollars set aside. That's not always true, right? And so a learning agenda can help to surface that. Especially in this cross-agency environment where you all live and breathe at C2C, it's, your state is as large as a nation, as you all, I'm sure, know and like to tell people. It can be a way of reducing grant dollars and spending in multiple places that can be unhelpful at worst, or even, wasteful at best. And so it can also, galvanize momentum by getting multiple places to say, yeah, we wonder that too. Like we've had multiple experiences where one agency, we have this thing called the President's Management Council. One agency would say, how HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, would say, we're really wrestling with this aspect. And, Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services both raise their hand and say, that's a question that's really relevant for us too. Let's put our money together and fund that question. If there's any academics in the room, I've been one, like I've never met an academic that didn't want their work to be useful or to generate public good. And so, we can sometimes be siloed, we can be heads down in our own worlds and kind of a bit all over the place. But a learning agenda can really be a clear demand signal to a complicated network of nonprofits that are doing work, to state universities, private R&D, and others with the power and voice and conveniability of a public entity to say, here is what we need to know, and can really motivate everyone from senior researchers down to PhD students to align their work to those questions that you have. If you go to the next slide. So this may sound like consultant speak or, fancy terminology or, just a paperwork exercise and not really a serious thing. But this is actually such a thing that we saw work well in the federal government, that in this president's last term in 2018, he signed the Foundations for Evidence-Based Policymaking Act that codified the use of learning agendas for the 24 largest agencies of the federal government. So that includes Department of Defense to Department of Health and Human Services to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And they had to do a few things as a result of this act. They had to name an evaluation officer, a statistical official, and a chief data officer. But the evaluation officer in particular was responsible for conducting an agency-wide capacity assessment to develop a learning agenda and evaluation plan and really look at where does our agency have knowledge gaps? And importantly, it was in the statute, it was threaded into the strategic planning process and the budgeting process. So it really aligned those three things together. If you go to the next slide, just some quick examples of what this has looked like and where it's been successful. If you really care about this, again, you can go to evaluation.gov and poke around and look at different agency learning agendas in different topical areas. But what we saw was that through the strategic planning process, agencies set these priority goals, right, of the thing that they are going to be publicly held accountable to per the Government Performance and Modernization Act. And these agency priority goals are a really big deal. It aligns resources and energy and focus of the federal agency. And so you saw that the Health and Human Services Department articulated a couple of questions that were in support of their strategic plan, where they saw that they had knowledge gaps. And then the Department of Housing and Urban Development really used their learning agenda as a way to involve the public and actually asked, for open comments and held a number of different research forums with leading researchers in their fields to ask to write in, what are the areas that we should be asking questions, the data that we as the Housing and Urban Development Department have, what would be useful to you for the areas where you see emerging research and needs. And then they've taken this forward and put it into congressional budget requests, right? And moved hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of doing this type of work. If you go to the next slide, those are examples from a specific agency lens, but where I've seen these be most powerful is at the meta coordination level across a government entity that's trying to build a more cohesive strategy. So that's much more kind of in the area that you all are in. And this is where I had the pleasure of working with Mary Ann most recently, formerly as a colleague. You all may not know that you happen to have one of the nation's leading experts in crafting learning agendas here in California. And so among her many other talents, we actually brought her in because she's really good at this. And we had her come to do, we had made the case that as all these agencies are developing strategic plans and learning agendas to accompany that, we too, as the meta entity setting up the president's management agenda, should have a learning agenda that accompanied that. And so we did that across those 24 CFO Act agencies. And as part of the release of the president's management agenda, had a learning agenda with it. And it, again, was really able to deliver some of these values that, I spoke to earlier around reinforcing a focus on learning. And so showing that even from the top, here's the things that we do not know and that we need others to help us learn. It helped us to bridge silos across multiple agencies because then they could align research dollars, and obviously federal agencies even still have very large research budgets that they're allocating. And then it also helped to catalyze innovation beyond the federal government. We had researchers, practitioners, state, tribal, territorial, and local leaders across the country piloting and testing innovations and generating evidence to better serve their communities. But we're doing it with, a ladder towards these broader national questions. And we had a number of really cool ways of involving new types of researchers. So not just your classic go-tos that understand and have large staffs that can, do all of the federal grant making process, but it helped to connect agencies with more emerging researchers in state and local and regional colleges. If you go to the next slide, I'd be remiss not to credit you all for already warming up this practice in this vein. So Secretary Knox included priority research questions early last year to help guide your data expansion priorities. And then your sister regional state, Washington's Education Research and Data Center, has 5 guiding areas of priority questions to help direct researchers as they use their data system. So again, we're seeing this activity at the state level as well. If you go to the next slide, I'll just kind of wrap with one example of a learning agenda that's very personal to me that, and it's on my mind. It was on my mind when I made these slides because it actually had just happened and kind of culminated into a great outcome. So you saw earlier how we had questions in the president's management agenda. One whole area of that was around measuring trust and how service delivery might be used to increase trust in our institutions and show that government can be more responsive to people. We went through several iterations of learning what moments matter most to people, what services do, most heavily kind of impact people's perceptions of whether or not government is working, and saw that learned that the birth of a child is a really key moment in people's lives. If anyone in here has had a child, you probably know it's a pretty momentous occasion. Your life changes a lot. You need a lot of help. And so, through that, we created learning agendas prospectively for each of those areas that we identified as a key moment in people's lives. Again, standard of evidence, it could be, kind of fact-finding, foundational. We did a series of qualitative listening efforts across the country, galvanized others to do those listening efforts, pooled that all together, brought it back to look at what are the priorities that really matter to people around these life experiences. Married that with federal data that we had, and were able to leverage that demand signal from the people with federal agencies to make different data sets available. In this specific instance, we looked at a lot of health data. We as the federal government saw where we were reimbursing high rates of births through Medicaid at certain hospitals and within hospital systems. We had a lot of infant mortality data, maternal vulnerability index score data, and so we could really pinpoint places where it felt like there was a high need to better connect mothers and babies to early intervention, health services, other types of supports that we as the federal government funded and offered. And so we refined our learning question to think about in those particular areas where families are experiencing, extreme poverty and disconnection from health systems. How might we be able to engage them and better connect them to services? And one thing that we learned that we were not expecting to learn, that we did not have on our policy agenda, was that almost every mother that we talked to talked about the cost of diapers. And so, we come running back to the White House, everyone talking about diapers. And, that wasn't on the policy agenda. It wasn't something that we had planned for, but it was something that we had learned and heard through mixed forms of evidence. And so we, again, because we had this public commitment of learning and trying and piloting, actually were able to galvanize a number of different public, private, academic, social sector partners, demonstrate success in a few pilots with a few hospital systems. This was the newborn supply kit that Vice President Harris went and launched. One of our pilot sites was in California, actually. And, because we had planned to learn and had instrumented those things and instrumented those activities, instrumented data systems as a part of that, we're able to gather data in different ways throughout, and, went from 3 pilot sites to 10 pilot sites in the most recent Health and Human Services appropriation, we've actually scaled it to a national program that will be in high need zip codes, and is kind of paired with some existing diaper bank programs that we have. But we also were able to iterate and had planned that into it, and so we're able to get feedback in an ongoing basis from mothers and families about what was working. We are not going to fix poverty with a newborn supply kit, but we were able to show that the moms who were, we met responsive to a need that we heard from people. They were, saw that their government was being responsive to them. It was handed to them by a trusted community partner that we then showed, those folks that received those kits had a warmer connection and actually came back for those more critical supports like CHIP, Medicaid, WIC, and SNAP, and TANF, and those other things. So that was, we did it in a way, again, like with a learning agenda, articulating certain questions that then helped it. Now, a number of states have adopted it at the state level. And like I said, it was in the most recent national appropriations for HHS. So if you go to the next slide, just to prompt some conversation among all y'all. Again, thing to remember is, how can a learning agenda be useful for you? We always, from a design perspective in behavioral science, we talk about how is something useful, usable, and used. You don't be intimidated by trying to think to make, we have to do the perfect one, or it needs to be entirely comprehensive. You could just do it in one priority area or in one space that you feel like there's energy and interest, and then kind of build and go from there. But these are some prompting questions to, pose to the group to consider as you think about how you may use the learning agenda as part of your planning and strategic process, and as you think about building this platform for your state. I'll pause there for questions or discussion.
Thank you, Mira. This is Gavin Payne, the chair. We have just had a conversation before lunch around our strategic plan, and a theme that came throughout that plan was, what are the essential questions that we're trying to answer for the system, with the system. And so without calling it out, we probably had our own little learning agenda. And I think reflecting on the planning process of how this institution got established, without having called it that, I think there was definitely that kind of approach to the creation of this Cradle-to-Career. And that is, what are the essential questions that we as a state. Now I've just spilled water all over Mary Ann's notebook.
Oh,
so
no.
The entire system is about to shut down. We'll come back in just a moment.
Okay.
My apologies. The learning, the entire system was created out of an informal, but generally, what are the important, big, meaty things that we need to answer with this system that we're creating too? And I know, Mary Ann, you might have some comments or.
Yeah, I wrote some notes. I wrote some notes that are now.
Can't read your notes now, huh?
That are now underwater.
Thank you so much. You'll be happy to know that thanks to our security practices, my laptop could be dropped in the river. That would not matter a whit. Okay, so learning agendas. I really appreciate this conversation. I'm so lucky to have Amira here telling us about this today. I think that the things that jumped out to me a lot about her presentation was the one part where she said, where are we making decisions on shaky ground? That's a different way of framing what we've been talking about. Like, what are the most important unanswered questions? And to, John's comments and Catalina's and some of the others from the strategic planning process, right? What are the questions where, if we could answer them, it would make the biggest difference in the lives of California students? And using that as a lens. The other part that jumped out to me is the part that said it's a signal to uncoordinated ecosystems. And as we know, by the sheer size of this board and just the structure of how education and workforce runs in California, it's a lot of uncoordinated ecosystems, but we have an opportunity to send a clear signal. So those were two reflections. The other thing that I think is an opportunity here is that the idea of a learning agenda releases you from needing to try to predict today what will be relevant in 2031, right? The last year of that 5-year strategic plan you're working on. So as we think back, like in 2019, were people going to predict the pandemic, right? 3 years ago, when you last approved a strategic plan, some of the issues we're going to use our data for now around workforce Pell, right, didn't exist 3 years ago. So it's a way to really lean into that goal number 4 of being continually relevant and flexible, is to say, here's the learning agenda, and it can change over time. My last thought, oh, go ahead, Mira.
Oh, I was just going to say that strategic plans sometimes get made and put on a shelf, right? And the thing that I think can be good about a learning agenda is if you do it right, it feels like a bit more like a living document, right? And that if you do it in a lightweight enough way, it can be something that you revisit over time and can be more relevant to what you're working on at that moment, or something new pops up, right? I mean, this is a public space. There will be emergencies and crises, and you need to respond. And those are those moments where you're often acting very fast and on shaky ground. And sometimes you have to do that, but it's good to document, hey, that time that we felt like we just picked this solution because it was the fastest thing we could do, we didn't actually know if that was the right one.
That's super helpful. And I think that light touch piece is useful too, because if you look at some of those federal examples that Amira showed, I don't know how many pages some of those documents are. Some of them are really long and intense. And Secretary Knox's memo is like maybe 1.5 pages of bullet point questions. Even though that wasn't long, we pointed to that a lot. And I know, Member Romero had to step out, but over the last year, even our technical teams and the conversations with the legal teams to get prepared for this huge expansion next month, we pointed back to that memo a lot of times to say, well, remember, right, these questions can't be answered unless the data is shared this way, unless the earnings data is shared this way, unless the participation data on training is shared in the following way. So it made that why super clear from the start. So that was really, really helpful. I have one more thought, and I'm opining a bit too long here. I want to hear what all of you think too. One of the hardest things we'll have to continue to answer now moving forward, which is different from the first few years, is we actually have a ton of data now that we've linked. And I wish that we could release 100 dashboards immediately, but we can't, and we'll have to make decisions. And, I was talking to a reporter last week who was asking, when are you planning to do this dashboard or that one? And we need that guidance from you developed in public meetings so that we have a clear answer after the transfers dashboard. Is it going to be something on higher ed earnings after you graduate from specific programs? Is it going to be on teacher training retention? Is it going to be on credentials of value for workforce Pell, right? Deciding that, if there's a clear learning agenda that says of the many questions we could answer, we think these are the highest impact ones for California students today, then we have a clear story that we can use to prioritize our work and that the public can also relate to and understand. Say, yes, okay, got it. There are 100 potential dashboards. I may disagree, but I can at least see the rationale for why Cradle-to-Career decided to do these dashboards next.
Thank you. And thank you, Amira, for your great presentation, despite my obvious interruptions. Now we open it up for questions from members and members of the public as well. I want to start with Vice Chair Tagorda.
Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. I see a potential connection going back to that last slide between learning agenda and the work of our advisory boards. Now, often our advisory boards come up with many fantastic ideas that can't be operationalized right away or may not necessarily fit within the context of our strategic plan, or or perhaps not even shape our current policies, but certainly warrants location and prominence in a learning agenda for exploration, for consideration, for future discussion, and also as a place where it's publicly visible. So as we later on contemplate conversations around how our advisory boards are structured later in this meeting, perhaps that can be part of our consideration as well.
Thank you, Member Tagorda. Member Evans.
Nathan Evans, California State University System. I want to build on Vice Chair Tagorda's comments. As Amira was sharing, I sort of thought of, the way that a learning agenda could fit in this space is living between the strategic plan and the work plans that we navigate annually, as well as the work of the various advisory committees as well, and helping shape that. Because on that last slide, two of those elements were about prioritization. And just as Executive Director Bates just described, there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of ways we'd like to slice, dice, and present data. But as we know, there's a finite resource and finite time. And so I just think this is a great example of how it occupies that space between the strategic plan and that sort of longer range objective that we're having, and the work that the board has to navigate on, and advisory boards on a regular basis, and sort of helping prioritize and shape that. So I love this concept and construct and appreciate it being a part of our discussion today.
I appreciate that too. And if I could just sort of add on to that, by being sort of explicit, as we all are in our sort of working transparently, if the learning agenda is up there and there are others besides us who want to take on pieces of that, there's no reason why that can't happen also, with our participation and assistance, right? So it's all about augmenting and accelerating, right? Other comments? Yes, Member Moldoff.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Commission. So thinking about what you were saying, Marianne, about the bullet points in the memo. I remember like that was part of the planning process for this. We did have a list of questions, so I'm wondering where those questions are and to what extent we can start to kind of tackle them and see. It's like, well, this is what we had imagined the data set would be able to answer, what is actually being accomplished, what do we potentially forget along the way with everything else going on. So just, I guess, curious about what the work we've already done, rather than just trying to now pull questions out of the ether, thinking about the exact foundation that we laid before we got here.
Director Bates.
Happy to respond to that. I've often framed the 6 bullet points in Education Code 10850, which was the Cradle-to-Career Data System Act that started the planning process 2 years before the law passed to launch our office. There are 6 bullet points in that section of code that outlined the purpose for the data system. So it's things like, essentially, I'm going to paraphrase, but understand the impact of higher education, understand how workforce training and later job outcomes intersect, understand the long-term impact of early education outcomes. And I've talked about that as a mini learning agenda that then drove the selection of those initial 100+ data points that were in those legal agreements that we got that very first year from our partners. So it did start with a very clear, not just a bunch of people who love data getting into the room and seeing, so what can we link, right? It started with 6 specific bullet points that drove, okay, we can't understand earnings outcomes without the base wage file. So we've got to have EDD at the table, right? Like that's what happened in the planning process. So I think step 1 is those 6 bullet points from Education Code 10850. The second is that then there were, looking at Ryan, there were about like 6 to 8 dashboards that were planned during the planning process that mapped out specifically, here's what dashboards could be created. And that's great to think of as a learning agenda, because if you look at the description of the Student Pathways dashboard, essentially from the planning process, it's not exactly what we released last year, because, when you actually get the data, you realize, oh, we can't do that one feature, but it answered a lot of the same questions. So to your point, you're not in a position where you need to start grabbing things from scratch. It's more, given that it's now 2026 and what we know today, should we focus on teachers next, workforce Pell next, ROI of higher education next? And so you can kind of revise it over time.
Thank you. Yes, Member Rakacheska.
Agnieszka Rakacheska, California Health and Human Services Agency. Building, I think, on your last point there, Marianne, first of all, I love learning agendas. They're like my favorite reading ever. And so a huge fan of going in this direction. And one of the things that I found learning agendas to be really helpful with is that living, breathing document that continues to evolve as we move along, but provides a structure and intention and transparency around the prioritization of questions. And in particular, what I've seen often happen is that we'll start down the road on a really foundational question, often as like the first things that we tend to tackle. And we answer that question and it generates 60 other questions. That's like, we learned something and now we want to know even more. And having a learning agenda helps us pause and compare those 60 additional new learning questions to other things we've already said, hey, these are also priorities, and to say, do we go deeper down this one, or do we move on to the next item, the next question? And I think a lot of the times when I haven't seen a learning agenda in place, we get really excited about those 60 additional questions and end up going really deep into one area at the cost of not addressing the others, or at least not intentionally making that decision. And so I think that's just wanting to really highlight that as something that I've seen really helpful in terms of continuously living this document. And yes, it can get updated as context changes, as priorities change, but it brings intention into that process.
Thank you very much for that. Other comments? Amira, what should we have asked you that we didn't?
Oh, great question. I think the one thing to be wary of them, is like if it becomes like if you have it for the sake of having it. And I've seen agencies do that, and I've seen entities do that, but I've actually seen that less when it's attempting to bring people together. Like you all have said, you have so many different topics that you all are thinking about, and so many different departments that are feeding your data systems, and so it can actually be a meaningful exercise to connect everyone, and people can find a lot of value out of that alone. And so keep it, just again, come back to how do we make it useful, usable, and timely, so that people are finding value from it and not be chasing like the perfect learning agenda that's so comprehensive that everybody is perfect for everyone. Go with one that works.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And for the record, too, we're well aware of how special Marianne is.
Yeah, great. Good. We lost
Thank you for
her,
joining
but
us today. We
glad
really
you're back.
appreciate it.
Yeah, take care, everybody. Be well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now we're going to move on to the next item. This is a presentation on, let me see if I've got it right and if I'm in the right place and I'm not spilling on anybody else. It's a presentation and update on CalKids data sharing project. This is item 6. Members may recall that the board formally added the ScholarShare Investment Board as a data provider to the P20 dataset back at the February meeting. Almost exactly a year later, I'm excited to welcome back Sandra Di Benedetto, Executive Director of the ScholarShare Investment Board. I think many of us have had money with you. Who will be presenting with Ryan Estriado, our Director of Data Programs, on the great work that's been happening since that time and that decision that we made. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Appreciate it. And nice to see everybody again. In this agenda item, I'll highlight a recent data sharing project that Cradle-to-Career has worked on over the past year in partnership with the ScholarShare Investment Board, or SIB, California Department of Education, CDE, and also the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. We could say on the slide here, the aim for this project is for our partners at SIB, the community colleges, and CDE to reach students who haven't accessed their CalKids funds. As you learn more during the next part of the presentation, many students have money for college in a CalKids account, but they don't know about it or they haven't accessed it. And SIB data on its own includes the list of these students who have unclaimed accounts, but it doesn't include which colleges that the students go to. And on the other side of the equation, the college data on its own includes which students are enrolled, of course, but not which students have the unclaimed accounts. Marianne mentioned this during her update, and I think it's worth mentioning again that if this sounds familiar, it's because you've heard about this general idea when Data and Tools Advisory Board member Fong wrote a proposal about analyzing and improving CalKids uptake using data. So again, I think this is a nice example of how our advisory boards help to make informed decisions about which projects our office prioritizes. Continuing on with that idea, you might have also heard about this by following the related efforts of our partners CCGI and also CSAC. For example, users of CCGI's californiacolleges.edu website not only learn about CalKids when they visit the website, but they can also receive instructions for how to retrieve their student ID, which is a required step to access CalKid funds. And put more plainly, if you don't have it, then that's a barrier. In the next agenda item, you'll hear more about CSAC's work to connect more students with their CalKids account as well, so you can look forward to that. Our work on CalKids data is only one SIB partnership aimed at spreading awareness for CalKids and increasing account uptake. So this is indeed part of a larger coordinated effort, not just one with Cradle-to-Career. The good news is that the data is there. It just lives separately with SIB community colleges and the California Department of Ed. And it's also true that there are challenges to overcome along the way: linking data, writing the legal agreements, designing the reports, and creating secure ways to share the data. And these are not simple projects, but through partnership, Cradle-to-Career collaborated with our partners to find the legal, design, and technical solutions that can meet everyone's needs, while of course prioritizing security and privacy at every stage. Through this shared collaboration, our office linked data between 3 entities and prepared outbound outreach files to help current community college students claim their unused funds. I'll now turn it over to SIB's Executive Director, Cassandra DiBenedetto, to share more about the Scholarship Investment Board and CalKids.
Thank you so much. So happy to be joining you again today. As it said, it was about a year ago that we joined on with Cradle-to-Career, and it's been an eventful year, and we feel very comfortable with what's happening. If you can go to the next slide, please. So today I'm just going to give you some context on the CalKids project, share how CalKids is helping Californians. Many of this will be information that you've heard a little bit about, but it never hurts to hear it again. Explain why the work is important and acknowledge the great wins that have been achieved through our partnership. Next slide, please. Okay, so CalKids is a statewide early wealth building initiative that automatically provides scholarship money to eligible children. It's administered by the Scholarship Investment Board. It's invested in California's own Scholarship 529 program. It was a $2 billion investment that was designed to reduce financial barriers to post-secondary education and training. We are actively distributing money to students as they are going to college. Many child early wealth accounts systems start with very young children, and they have all of this time to figure out about distribution. But with CalKids, we started out with distributions on day one. So this was a high hurdle for us to do it in this way. And to date, we have sent millions and millions of dollars back into the California college systems across all platforms and a little bit nationwide. So very excited about that. Next slide, please. Why was it created? The students face financial barriers before financial aid is available, or they understand about financial aid. The lack of assets limits post-secondary access, but it also limits how students think about themselves, whether or not they think about themselves as college-going individuals. And so what we know is that knowing early that money is set aside for you for college drives outcomes. You're 3 times more likely to attend college and 4 times more likely to complete. And completion is important. There's a lot of start and stops, but having a little bit of money set aside and somebody telling you from a very early age that you are college worthy and college ready it really helps focus students in their approach to their post-secondary education. Early assets increase expectations. Often students live up to their expectations. If they're told you can go to college, they start thinking in that way at a young age. It improves educational outcomes, and it normalizes discussions about career pathways. It's an upstream intervention in the cradle-to-career continuum of a child's life. Next slide. We serve low-income public school students. All newborns born after July 1, 2022 have a CalKids account in the state of California. So if you know someone who's had a baby, they have a CalKids account, please let them know and tell them to come and pick it up. We also serve foster youth and homeless youth with additional financial support. So you get an initial seed deposit based on your low income or newborn status, and then you get additional monies if you are a foster youth or homeless youth. Next slide, please. Their automatic scholarships account, it is an opt-out system. Every child that qualifies has one. The dollars are there for college, career and technical education and training programs, and it encourages earlier engagement with education planning. I know that Catalina sits on our board and also on your board, and I've watched her kindergartners and first graders talk about the outcomes that they've learned through their interactions with CalKids. So it truly is driving a change in the mindset of students here in California. Next slide, please. Impact to date, hundreds of thousands of accounts claimed. We are almost at the 900,000 mark. We are shooting for 1 million as quickly as possible. And our partnership with C2C is hopefully going to drive that as well. Tens of millions of dollars have already been used. We have strong uptake across diverse regions. I'll give you for an example. One of our strongest uptake counties is Modoc County. They have very high uptake, which no one really says that about Modoc County often, and they're so great. I love working with the team up there, and they are really driving outcomes for their kids. And then we have Riverside County, who is also just one of our champions, who is, through a data sharing agreement, really showing how the data can drive a school system's success with this program. We've demonstrated demand for early, simple, and trusted supports. And, you know, this is just your regular strengthens California's future workforce. It supports post-secondary access and completion, reduces reliance on student debt, advances equity and economic mobility, and positions California as a national leader in early wealth building. This year, the CSPN, the College Savings Network, has chosen to have their national conference in conjunction with the California Early Wealth Systems Symposium, April 17th. They're taking the 2 days before it because California has become an across-the-board leader in this space in this country. We're doing it right, and we're doing it first. And now is the time to connect the data so that every child that has an account can know about it. Next. How this aligns with Cradle-to-Career is pretty simple. We want connected statewide ecosystems. We want to reinforce the importance of cross-agency strategies. We've had the wonderful privilege of working with Cradle-to-Career and CSAC to create systems that can deliver on the promise that is CalKids, and that just your mission here reinforces our mission, so appreciate it. And Cradle-to-Career has helped elevate CalKids within statewide strategy conversations. You've strengthened our cross-system alliance, and you've reinforced data-informed, equity-centered approaches. And it has demonstrated how coordination drives real outcomes. I will say that when we first started down this path, it seemed very daunting. Marianne and I were in those early meetings, and nobody was talking the same language. And within a year, we are all pretty much talking the same language. We understand what's needed, and we understand there are hurdles. There are, laws for good reasons that protect certain parts of the data, but we are finding every opportunity that we can to push through those and find solutions instead of being stopped by the barriers. And so here's our wins together. We scaled a complex statewide program quickly. We did it in under a year, and I find that amazing. You guys work in state government. That is rarely done, and we did it in a year, and I am super proud of that work. It's a durable infrastructure. The groundwork is laid for this to be continuously expanded, and I'm proud of that too. And I think we can deepen early wealth building efforts. As of February 11th, I was also given the role of the executive director of the HOPE program, which is an additional early wealth program for foster youth and COVID bereaved youth. And so one of the things that we'll look to do is to figure out how we can leverage the information that we're using with Cradle-to-Career for that program as well. And I'm just very excited about the partnership across the board. Looking ahead, we're going to continue increasing awareness. We'd like to deepen our integration with Cradle-to-Career. The feedback that we're getting is going to continue, and we'd like to feed into your outcomes and ours as well, and focus on long-term outcome, that longitudinal look at how these programs impact students' lives across the board. I know what percentage of kids went to school in the 10 years prior to CalKids. I am extremely excited to see what percentage of kids go to post-secondary education 10 years out from CalKids and see where the needle moves. And our partnership with Cradle-to-Career is certainly going to help us be able to visualize that in real ways. And so I just want to thank the California Cradle-to-Career board and all the people here, and reinforce that coordinated systems are better, and we're not just preparing students for the future, we're investing in them. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Director DiBenedetto. I will now close this agenda item by sharing more about the impact of this partnership. The initial Cradle-to-Career data linking between SIB, CDE, and the community colleges resulted in finding 40,000 community college students, representing over $20 million in unclaimed scholarships. Cradle-to-Career shared the results with community colleges on behalf of SIB. They are partnering with SIB now and community college districts for the outreach using the files. And last, this partnership represents, as Director Bates mentioned earlier, the first use of the Master Data Exchange Agreement, which governs how data flows from partner to partner using C2C's data infrastructure. So this first use case sets a very important example for future upcoming use cases. We're already discussing the next part of this partnership. I'm going to summarize some of those next steps now. One of the next steps is preparing an updated list of students with unclaimed accounts to share with community colleges again, but after this March's data submission window. That'll be the second set of second outreach files this fiscal year. And by the way, earlier I mentioned 40,000 students and $20 million. Our team is already deep in discussions about the next iteration of our methodology, hoping to increase both the number of students and potential unclaimed funds. That will be part of, in the spirit of our ongoing iteration for how we improve on this first, second, and third time that we work on this project. Other next steps, we are standing by to support our colleagues over at CSU and UC for their outreach efforts when the time is right. And I'll also close by saying that this is government efficiency and effectiveness in action, where state leaders come together to bring new solutions and strategies to better serve the California public. On a personal note, one reason that I'm excited about the CalKids project is because to me it represents a new category of our services, and it's one where we can help our partners by not only linking data, but in addition solving the legal, technical, and security challenges so that they can realize their strategic ideas for how they use the linked data in the system. And with that, I'd like to close and hand it back to Chair Payne to lead the member discussion.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Cassandra, for your thoughtful insights and great update. It's just remarkable the amount of energy that's gone into this and what has happened since just last February. I want to acknowledge that synergy and those partnerships, and that entailed a number of folks who contributed to its success, many of who are here with us today, including the Investment Board, CDE, the Chancellor's Office, and of course, CCGI, who is a longstanding partner with us. I want to pause for a second and offer Member Hetz to make any comments if you'd like on behalf of the Chancellor's Office.
Thank you, Chair Payne. It's always exciting to not have to raise my hand to be recognized. That's feels like an open invitation. Sorry, John Hetz, California Community Colleges. This is obviously super exciting for us, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this. much like the C2C team was ready to go, like we had this data staged almost immediately for our colleges. It's a little bit challenging for us because we can't push it out to them because of the nature of the data, but it's available, and our financial aid directors, our information security, information system officers and our researchers have been digging into that data. Of course, one of the things that this reveals is the next downstream barriers that we face in trying to provide things to students. And so, running into all the practical challenges of figuring out how to help students set up direct deposit who have never done that before, making sure, to Member Cifuentes' comments earlier, we are still using data that is slightly stale in this case, not quite an autopsy, but it may be, like a differential diagnosis of someone who's ill rather than a forward-looking health prevention. And so one of our other challenges is some of those students have moved colleges in between. So they're getting information that's going to the college in which they were enrolled, but are no longer. And so it's been fun for us to try and work out some of those details. But the students who get the money are really super excited to discover the fact that they have cash that's waiting for them to be used for these purposes. And so, all of those little bursts of joy are super meaningful, and we're really happy to be a part of it.
Thank you, Member Hetz, and thank you all for participating in this, especially our friends at CCGI who have reach in lots of different places and who can get into people's heads that there is this available and for spreading the word. We have about 10 minutes for conversation. Let's start with you, Member Vu.
Yeah, thank you. This is great. The partnership is great. I know, AICCU has worked with ScholarShare quite a bit over the years to, promote the use of ScholarShare. But yeah, the amount of unclaimed accounts is definitely concerning. But I think as we continue to work, as you scale this to other segments, I think this is a great hook for a lot of nonprofit colleges and universities to join, to contribute their data to the data system, and perhaps help their own students find their unclaimed accounts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Director Bates. Oh, yes, Member Cifuentes.
I just wanted to say thank you to Cassandra and both Ryan and the work that's been done. And kudos to you too, because you and you coming on board, and we've just been all gas, no brakes, which, I love. So thank you so much for everything, and the team, a small but mighty team. So just thank you. I just want to add in a consideration. I think, how do we there's opportunities there to even be more proactive. And I don't want to act like I understand how the admissions part of higher ed works, but a consideration I've always thought is May 1st, after May 1st, I know which students are going to a CSU, a UC, a private, which are going to go to my California community colleges, which is the majority of the students in my county. And I think about a question when you do your statement of intent to register, simple question that says, do you want your data? Would you like information about, or would you like data sharing to be done on your behalf to potentially get you $500 or $1,500? Something when you do that enrollment process that would allow then you could ahead of time know which students are coming to you in May. Your financial aid directors could know in May who has a CalKids account already. They could potentially even put it on their award letter after that. And so I just think that's to me the ideas I'd love to explore, because we have it all. It's all sitting there, right? And so we can do I'll continue to keep pushing in what we do in our county, but it's just one county. And so I think something as simple as saying, hey, yes, please, you can share I'd love for you to get data from me on my behalf to see if I'm eligible for CalKids, and that alone could then proactively show them before they go in. Your financial directors, because the biggest thing I've heard from financial directors, they're getting this different times of the year. It's a workload for them. But if we strategically, proactively start thinking of asking them, they don't know what they don't know, everybody. These students don't know what they don't know. So we have to build tier 1 systems to proactively engage them. So I just think, is there something we could put within those types of commitments when they're saying they're going to community colleges and they press submit and they do their first enrollment, they're allowing you to then, C2C can give you that data and you'll have it by the summer. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so just wanted to share, but I don't know if that's, I think maybe that's where you're headed, because then it's the awareness and it's the flyer, and there's students that still think it's a scam.
that's the biggest battle we've had and why we've had more success with the one-on-one, because like, who's giving me $500? Yeah, right. But they trust the trusted person. So when their institution and their financial aid office says you potentially have, it's a tentative award letter. So no one's promising you have it, but you're pretty guaranteed their data's solid. I've never had a student on my list that didn't have an award that came from SIB. They have the money. And so I just think that's an opportunity to be proactive.
Can I just add, as a lawyer, you solved one of the issues hopefully, I mean, I have to look at it more. I'm not going to say this certainly, but the FERPA concerns that I had that when this has been brought up by asking students' consent is brilliant. So.
The lawyer said yes. Yes, it's all about getting to yes. Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. Absolutely agree. And I think one of the things that we should be doing is working with CCGI so that as students are applying, they know, rather than us trying to chase them after they apply. And you could create CCGI is integrating with all of our application systems, and so you could make it so that the students could proactively provide permission for that information to be shared with their subsequent institution as part of that process. So they'd know they had it. They'd be communicating to the institution that they had it at application. We still have a lot of students who are coming via other means, especially in our system, but that would really help with a lot of students coming directly and give them take away the barriers so that they know they have the money, the institution knows that they have the money, and gives them potentially the immediate link to be able to use it.
Thank you. Yes, Director Bates.
Thank you. Just reflecting on this morning's conversation, I think this is a great example of incubation. I think it's a great example of putting the data to work for Californians. So I'm loving this conversation. I also want to provide a little more detail on what I alluded to in my ED update around thanking the legal teams. So, when you start with the question like, oh, we should just see who's eligible, who has unclaimed accounts, and then we'll share that information with the community colleges. Let's go. This will be easy. And it wasn't, right? Because as we learned, right, CDE's data is used by the Scholarship Investment Board to make that list of who's eligible for and has an unclaimed account. And so we needed all the parties together. And I know, Member Van Natten from CDE isn't able to be here today, but I want to give a real shout out and thank you to the legal teams of CDE, of Scholarship Investment Board, of the community colleges, and of course, and especially our own legal team here as well, because they really worked to figure out what FERPA provisions can be used for this and how to get to yes. And it wasn't easy and it took some time. So again, so often legal teams are framed as a barrier. I want to thank the legal teams for really working together and finding out how to get to yes and to do this together. So huge thanks on that. I also want to underscore Ryan's invitation to CSU, to UC, to AICCU. We did a lot of hard work this fall to figure out how to cut these files for the community colleges. We can replicate that for the other systems as well. And then my final reflection is that I love how this will feed into our next agenda item with the Student Aid Commission, who will be sharing their information with you. They've been doing phenomenal things on CalKids. CCGI, as we've mentioned, have already elevated this on their platform. Great to hear further ideas as well. So they think this is a great example of lots of different institutions trying to get at this question from different angles and different age ranges and different student groups. So super encouraging progress.
Thank you. And thank you both. We really appreciate your time here today. Thoughtful questions, thoughtful comments as well. Let's take 10 minutes. It's 14:11. So 2:11. Let's be back at 2:21, please. And we'll hear from CSAC then. Thank you. Okay. We're back right on time. Ready to go. This is item 7. It's a presentation on the California Student Aid Commission contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. I want to invite, but you're already here. This is Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, Jessica Moldoff, board member, and Abigail Barandas, the Strategic Data Project Fellow, to present for us today. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you can tell, we're very excited. We couldn't even let you have your mini 10-minute break. It's an honor to be here with all of you. My name is Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Student Aid Commission, the largest financial aid system in the country. And I have been admiring your work for many years, but especially during a global pandemic, as you all rolled up your sleeves, built a data system from scratch, engaged this entire state and the best innovators and minds to come up with solutions. So it truly is an honor to be here with all of you today and to see the tremendous progress that you all have made. And of course, seeing your executive director take leadership and partnership to a whole new level. We're here on a very clear agenda. And the agenda is really the urgency for California students. So I know that you've had a full day. My hope is that we take that learning. Today, we can give you some examples of how you can continue to innovate and, more importantly, partner with the California Student Aid Commission. I have been and referred to myself as a recovering researcher, and I'm glad you're laughing because I have failed at being a researcher because of that sense of urgency. And I think you will hear that in our remarks today and in the work that we have been leading. But the truth is, I have been making data actionable for more than 20 years. From my time in the classroom serving third grade dual immersion teachers to the work that I led at the Assembly Budget Committee to open 2 different veterans' homes and close 2 prisons in the middle of a budget crisis here in the state, to my work at Stanford and Policy Analysis for California Education, working with many of you who are in this room as we work to connect English learners, and not just English learners, but foster youth with expedited K-12 pathways, to the work at the California Community Colleges to build a fully online college, affordable housing for students, baccalaureate degrees at community colleges, and of course, centering students as a part of everything that we do. And now today, you're going to get to hear the work that we have been leading at the California Student Aid Commission for the last year and a half. That is how long I have been at the California Student Aid Commission. And we started our work with a new strategic plan, a plan that was developed in 6 months. And we are about to complete 1 year of implementation. And so I am here as a statewide leader that's committed to transformational change to ask for your help, because we have done tremendous work in a year, but now we get to work together on the same mission, and that's equitable student success. I see it here on your wall. And so I'm excited to go to the next slide, please. So in our next slide, I'm going to ask my team to also introduce themselves.
All right. You all know me, Dr. Jessica Moldoff. So I am the Deputy Director of Research Analysis and Program Innovation here at CSAC. I'm a governing board member here at Cradle-to-Career. Have been for, I guess, about 3 years now. So it's been great to be involved in all these conversations. And you all know that my experience on the board has really been grounded in the question of using data to remove administrative burdens for students and the staff that support them. We already mentioned this multiple times today. I know Member Hetz and Member Cifuentes are both joining me on this soapbox or bandwagon, whatever you want to call it. I know many of you are also there, even if you're not specifically saying so. But yeah, definitely, like as Dr. Gonzalez said, in 2025 especially, it was my personal goal and also a key component of CSAC's 5-year strategic plan to really go all in on actionable data, to try to find ways to create new purposeful collections of data, linkages between data to facilitate direct impacts for students and for our institutional partners. So I'm excited to be here talking about actionable data today. So with Dr. Gonzalez, we also have Abby Barandes. She is our Strategic Data Project Fellow, who is also a key part of our work on improving our data system within CSAC. Want to say anything?
No, just really excited to be here, and really thankful to be partnering with Cradle-to-Career and all of our segment partners in this work. I've been at CSAC for 1.5 years now, and it's really exciting to see this work kind of come to fruition.
All right, and now back to Dr. Gonzalez for plan.
Thank you, Dr. Moldoff. I will walk you through 3 very quick slides around our 5-year strategic plan with the intentionality of helping you understand who CSAC is so that you can clearly see the opportunities. And then Dr. Moldoff and Abby will walk you through a couple of examples. At the California Student Aid Commission, we see the ecosystem from K through 12 to all higher education segments, including our nonprofit colleges here in the state, for-profits, UC, CSU, community colleges. We see that entire ecosystem, and we have one single vision: to make college affordable to all of California students. And so being here today with you really marks hopefully a new opportunity and ways to partner with you to achieve our mission. And because we're serving the same Californians, really thinking about how we connect our students with not just equitable access, but equitable support and equitable success. For our colleagues at the community colleges, these sound familiar because I used to work there. At the core of our 5-year strategic plan, the idea here is to not just implement the financial aid that exists today in our state, but to develop the financial aid that tomorrow's learners will need. So it is a very big shift as we think about our work in financial aid, and that's exactly why we need your help. There are 3 very clear goals. You see them here on this slide, but the challenges, and I try not to use the word that problem is too hard or too challenged. But complexity requires an ecosystem to create a solution. When we say we want to expand equitable access, it's not just about who's applying for financial aid. It's where, how fast did they enroll, and more importantly, did they succeed? And that's the opportunity that I see in working with Cradle-to-Career. When we say we want equitable support, that it's a broader ecosystem, because the reality is students succeed when they have 4 key elements: financial stability, access to basic needs, health and mental health support, and social networks to succeed. And social includes our institutions, as well as their families and the communities and many of the organizations that are in this room. Next slide, please. Our 3 goals are outlined here, and we brought some copies of our strategic plan with us today because on page 21 of our report, there's a whole section on what researchers can do to enable the transformation and help California achieve the 3 goals that you see in front of you. Our first goal is to lead equitable access. This is about connecting everyone from K through 12 to those students who are renewing every year. We receive 2.2 million financial aid applications every single year. When those applications go up, financial aid goes up, and that's because Cal Grant is an entitlement in our state. We are now operating a $4.2 billion investment from the state of California, largely because there has also been consistent investments on the middle class scholarship. So California now has 2 premier programs in our state. And every single day, however, out of those 2.2 applications that we receive every single year, we actually are not able to award the majority of those students. And the reality is because they're not eligible. So things like Cal Grant Equity Framework matter. Removing age gaps for financial aid matter. Making financial aid portable matters. So those are solutions that I'm very excited to work on with all of you, particularly as we think about equitable success into the future for our state. In the meantime, a lot of the examples that you'll see from us today are around the equitable access and support area. And that's largely because when you think about the ecosystem I just presented you with, students today need urgent action. So at CSAC, the only bias that's allowed is action, an urgency to take action. There's always the one next thing that we can do. And so if we could go to the next slide. We get to see everyone from K through 12, more than 2,000 K through 12 districts, including charters, and every single higher education institution which seeks to access financial aid in our state. We operate something called an Institution Participation Agreement, IPA for short. And that is an agreement that allows us to help institutions take action. We've done things like integrating basic needs as that next tool, being able to not just put a flag, but integrate into our web grant system, our technology, the ability to connect students with programs like Cal Kids and hopefully very soon Cal Fresh. But the reality is to create the ecosystem for success, we need partners like you. On this slide, you see our framework to take action. And for partnership, you need to have the same language, the same goal. For us, our framework for action requires us to find the right partners, find the right resources, because no is not a good answer, or saying we can't help is not a good answer. And so how do we help our partners even have the resources to be successful? And of course, policy changes, because that is what makes all of our work sustainable and outlives all of us when we are not on this earth. When I think about student-centered financial aid commitments, which is what you're seeing on this slide, we have a lot in common. My mission in life is to help California transform every single resource that they have available to Californians with dignity and compassion. And that comes from a lived experience. I spent most of my life in foster care, and some of you know that. So when I came to the California Student Aid Commission, we have our #1 commitment, and that is to always design and act with dignity and compassion for students. But the other really important commitment that you see on this slide as we talk about future partnerships is really taking ownership of our goals and performance. I think we each have a role to play. Our segments do, Cradle-to-Career does, the California Student Aid Commission does, Cal Kids does. And I believe that the opportunities are all possible. And so we want to walk you through a couple of examples of the work we've been able to do to help you think about your learning, that innovation, and the ways in which we can partner together. Dr. Moldoff?
All right, thank you. So on this slide, so we're going to go in order. It's access, support, and success. So first, equity and access. So our first goal, or first outcome within the equity goal is one that is kind of like the bread and butter for us here at CSAC. It's to increase the number of high school applicants completing either their FAFSA or the California Dream Act, their CADA, by at least 5% every year. Year one was a great success. We saw an 8% increase by June 30th, and then an 11% increase by our September 2nd deadline, which is sort of the final deadline for community college students. Really strong returns, especially given that that was the year after the better FAFSA, which was not so much better. Affectionately called FAFSA fiasco by all sorts of people. But anyway, so we saw really great returns, but something that we were also working on in the background was a new partnership with the Chancellor's Office, the Community College Chancellor's Office, to get data from the CCC Applied. This is rather than getting data on the actual like administrative side, it's just the application, but it's not just the application. For us, for a long time, we track high school FAFSA and CADA applications through our Race to Submit dashboard, where we can get information from CDE, from the schools to say, okay, these are how many students you have enrolled at your college. These are how many who actually complete their financial aid application. Very actionable data, like important data for schools and districts and counties to know in order to do outreach. We know that the completion rates at community colleges are not the best, probably about 50%, I would say. Is that what do you think, John?
Table that because it depends on the denominator.
Great. Okay. Regardless, room to grow. So with this the goal of this new partnership with on the CCC Applied data was to hopefully expand this to community college. We already have a dashboard for community colleges, but we didn't have the denominator. We had the reported enrollment from DataQuest, which was actually students enrolled, but we were then looking at applicants versus enrolled. We got a lot of crazy numbers, like over 100%, maybe 200% completion rates for some. It's just not like, it's basically meaningless at that point. So by getting data from CCC Apply, we are going, this is a preview of the dashboard. It's not gone live yet, but it will go live soon. To separate it out by new students, so those students who we are seeing in CCC Apply, how many can we match to FAFSA CADA applications within our system, and also continuing students. We get data from the colleges of who was enrolled last year, so we're able to pull out students who are continuing and also match those new students so that we can have a clear guideline of like, these are the students who were in your school last year, how many of them are applying. Don't worry about the data, it's just test data. It's not that terrible. And the students who are new, fresh applicants from CCC Apply. So really hoping to expand our initial reach, not just to those high school students, but also to all those community college students that we know also need to increase their numbers to better access all the aid that they need in order to be successful. So that's the one. The second, next slide, is we just heard from Cal Kids and their integration with Cradle-to-Career. We have also been very busy with Cal Kids over at the California Student Aid Commission. We also went through a very lengthy legal process between SIB, ourselves, and CDE. We were able to so outcome 2B is to partner with other organizations to increase awareness and access to different support. Cal Kids is one of those. And what we ended up getting was we actually are receiving 2.4 million records monthly for all claimed and unclaimed CalKids account for anyone over the age of 14. We're able to connect that data to information we have from CDE on all of high school enrollment. So 9th through 12th grade enrollment data, because the key thing for CalKids is being able to confirm enrollment, and we can confirm enrollment for those high school students. So what we were able to release in October, this past October, was an additional flag on our financial aid status report. We have a report that all high school users of our web grants, our institution platform, can use in order to track, has a student completed their financial aid application? Do we have a GPA for them to be evaluated for Cal Grant? Have they been awarded Cal Grant? Do they have any action? We added CalKids as a column. So all of those high school counselors, district staff that were able to pull this report for financial aid application completion could also see a new column saying, like, this student has a CalKids account, this one's claimed, this one's not claimed, and then take action because it's a per student record because it's within our secure platform. That was October. Also in October, we also have web grants for students. That's the student portal where they can log in to see all their state data. Now students can log in and they also get the CalKids pop-up. We have, like, depending on whether or not they've claimed their account or have not claimed their account, the student will go in, we'll see Cal Grant, MCS, maybe Chafee, and then CalKids. And it'll say if they have completed, if they've claimed their account, it will just link out to CalKids in order to log in. If they haven't, it will link them out to the claim page. We even provide the SSID. We heard loud and clear from a lot of people that the SSID is the key thing that a lot of students don't know. That's one of the key identification pieces they need to claim their account. Just had it right there. So a student will just be, again, the easy kind of like where they already are. They're already on web grants for students. We're actually, I just got word from our data team back at headquarters that we actually have 147,000 students who now have this information showing up on their web grants for students account. So as long as they're there, they can see it, they can take action themselves. We're also planning on doing some outreach to students in partnership with CalKids to make sure that they are aware that they have that connection within web grants for students, or even just direct them straight to the CalKids website. And then hot off the presses, not reflected in here, we now also have a report for 9th through 12th graders. Yesterday, we were able to release the second phase of our report for LEAs. So now those same high school users of web grants can see that data for not just the seniors, but for 9th through 12th graders. So we have a report that has all the students listed and have their enrollment dates, about whether or not they've been in it, because we get data updated from CDE every week. They have been an amazing data partner in all of this and many different efforts. We get weekly enrollment data from them. So very fresh to say, these are the students you have reported at your school, that you've reported to CDE as being at your school. These are the ones who have a CalKids account. These are the ones you need to help guide through claiming process, or the ones who've already claimed. We are also having a webinar in partnership with CalKids where we can tell those high school administrators, those staff members, how to access those reports within our web grants platform. And also CalKids will be there to talk them through how to help students claim those accounts. So really excited to see where things are going. So far, so as I said, we've been getting data since October, and at least our numbers show there's been an increase of 90,000 claimed accounts. That is, of course, correlative, not necessarily causational, but we are trying to put some new trackers into our system to try to get at that causation. How many students are clicking out from web grants for students? How many high school users are pulling down the report, trying to get a sense of, are we building it? Are they coming and using it? So that hopefully we can really move the needle forward, because the great thing about being CSAC is that we do have that one-on-one touch with institutions and with students on both the K-12 side and the higher ed side. We are hoping to do something with higher ed soon, to be determined or to be announced in the future. But hopefully that'll be the next big project now that we've gotten out this second LEA report. So really excited to see all that going on. And if that wasn't all, so Abby is here to talk about what Executive Director Bates mentioned earlier about our Cal Grant reporting and how Cradle-to-Career has really been helping us with that. Those of you who joined me for our last CSAC data provider update. May remember my refrain of it being 25 years since the development of Cal Grant entitlement and where we had a statutory mandate to report on enrollment, persistence, and graduation data. And we were not able to do that very well. And here we are with our update on what exactly we can do now that we have better data.
Great. Thanks, Jessica. So I'll give a brief but hopefully exciting update on SB 70 or Cal Grant reporting. So this really aligns with outcome 3B of our student success blueprint, which is really about making student outcomes data actionable in order to kind of support increased investment in financial aid that addresses equity gaps. So as many of you know, because you worked with us closely on the trailer bill, AB 123 was passed this past budget cycle, and it really just updated the submission requirements for SB 70. So all Cal Grant participating institutions are now required to report enrollment, graduation, and persistence, disaggregated by a number of different student demographics, grant program, and also the number of years that grant program was received. And AB 123 also expanded to allow public segments to submit via Cradle-to-Career. So that was a really great addition. I know we've been talking today a lot about administrative burden and kind of deduplicating efforts. So we were really happy to see that as well. All right, so just to go a little bit into kind of the planning process for how we revamped the reporting. Our first step was really to work backwards. So to think about what data we wanted to show, how we wanted to show it, what we wanted the dashboard to look like. And we really wanted, users of the dashboard to be able to search by the institution, by grant program, by student demographic, and also to compare outcomes, within a segment, within a school, and then across the segments as well. So kind of designing the new reporting requirements, we had a few things that were top of mind. So really thinking about, with Cradle-to-Career as an additional option now, thinking about what capacity Cradle-to-Career has versus the capacity of, some smaller private institutions that report this data directly to CSAC. So we worked really closely with, the data team here at C2C to kind of align on data definitions and think about what would be standard and uniform across the institutions. Also thinking about, intake file limitations and kind of slimming down the data ask. Previous reporting, we had collected a lot of data, but weren't really doing much with that data, which you'll see in a little bit. So those were some of the things we thought about in the kind of design process. Okay, jump scare here. Here's a screenshot of our old website, which you can see is pretty bare bones. So we really were just reporting on, the institution, the enrollment count, graduation count, and persistence count. So this really, doesn't let us see anything about the relationship between financial aid and student outcomes, and it definitely doesn't let us see, where those equity gaps are across student demographic and grant program.
It's as terrible as it looks. Like really, like we didn't cut off anything. That's all. It's just those three numbers every year. What does it mean? I don't know.
Great. So here's a snapshot of a draft of the dashboard that I've created using some test data actually that Cradle-to-Career has shared with us. So you can see kind of the filters here at the top. You can search by institution, you could search by outcomes. So, 100%, 150% graduation rates, persistence rate, transfer out rate. You can also filter for student demographic and then grant program and the number of years that grant program was received. So it's a lot of data. You can see at the top, there's like a bunch of different kind of dashboard screens that cut the data in different ways to make it a little bit more user-friendly since it is a lot of data to kind of digest at once.
All right, thank you. So just two quick things left before we turn it over to questions. So those are one example each of our three goals, our three equity goals, and how we're using data to further them. I also wanted to highlight something that is very fresh. Right at the end of December, we were able to finally execute another labor of love MOU with California Department of Education in order to get actually employment data. So one of our grant programs, the Golden State Teacher Grant, awards money to aspiring teachers and pupil personnel services providers in exchange basically for service. They have to work in a priority school for either 2 or 4 years, depending on the amount of their institution or of their grant award. And we had to confirm, of course, that they were actually doing their service, or else we would have to go after them for repayment. It is a groan in financial aid speak. It is a grant that turns into a loan if you do not fulfill that service requirement. Exactly. The problem is that we didn't really have a way to collect this. We have awarded over 25,000, maybe 30,000 students in this program, and this is the form that we had to send out to all of them. Individual PDF files. We also were using a survey platform at one point to try to get individual level service data for all of them. This is administrative burden by definition for the student in order to go get this form signed by their employer. And then also for our own staff who have to then go in and key in this information or to just like receive the emails and file them away. It was terribly burdensome. So this data sharing agreement with the California Department of Education meant that they would just send us the data. It's like these are the students we've awarded, and then they send back to us. These are the ones that we've matched to employment within public school, because this is only for public schools and state preschools. So these are the ones that we've been able to match, and then we download it, we put it into our system, and then we can credit the students without having to process all those forms. Our initial data match with them, I believe, provided service credit for over 5,000 students. And then we're actually working also with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to get some additional data to do further linkages. There are some mismatches. We've had to do a fuzzy match with CDE because we don't have the seed number. But once we work with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, we're hoping to then solidify that link to get even more students the credit they deserve and hopefully have a lot fewer PDFs going through our inboxes. So another example of how just some basic data sharing can really improve the lives of so many people. And then also our last slide is actually an FYI update for our next file coming to Cradle-to-Career. So the March 31st deadline for this year is for the 24-25 data, and that is when the FAFSA changed. I mentioned the FAFSA fiasco earlier. This is some of the additional joy it has brought to us. So one of the big things that made FAFSA more simple is that rather than getting directly imputed income and tax information from students, they now do a direct data exchange with the IRS, which sounds really great, except for the fact that the IRS is very protective of their data to the extent that we cannot disclose it in any way. That includes income data, that includes household data, because the FAFSA is now getting household size from the tax returns. So as a result, we cannot report or share any data, even in aggregate. So we've had to scrub all of our reports on our website for income, for household size, and thus we are certainly not providing it to Cradle-to-Career this year because that would be in violation of the federal tax information privacy rules. So look forward to that in our new data sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Molda. If we can go to the last slide, I'd love to just close up and answer any questions that you may have. And I'll close up by saying, I think you're at a crossroads. You had an incredible amount of progress done within the statute for what Cradle-to-Career was supposed to do. But I'm here because there is a sense of urgency, not just for students, but for agencies to have Cradle-to-Career put the gas and head in a very different direction. And so I want to close up in that manner. The first is that while you're at a crossroads, my hope is that you're not just creating an on-ramp to a freeway, that we're actually fixing the road, the main road and the main pathway. And so as you think about your future, we gave you a couple of examples of problems we have had to solve on our own, but the reality is that we need this to be systematic and connected. And I see Cradle-to-Career as that opportunity. So being able to not just create that siloed solution for that one agency or that one group of students is really important when we care about equity. The second is to have a priority for action. And that means innovating in a way where, yes, you lean in on those complex problems, like some of the ones that we just gave you. Lots of lawyers will be needed, but I also see Cradle to Career as that anchor point, that lighthouse that we all need as state agencies and for Californians to know that there is a safe route to solve a complex problem. And the last is to empower agencies. This is not about duplication of work. This is not about that silo or what that organization does. We all have one mission, and that is to help Californians. And I think that there's a lot of possibility for all of us to work together. The examples that we gave you are actually quite clear and all interconnected, right? Not only were we trying to achieve our goals that are set in our strategic plan, but when you look at that ROI dashboard, that's the SB 70, right? Showcasing the same thing. What are the actual outcomes of California's investments? Period. Every agency in the state has that same responsibility, not just the California Student Aid Commission. And so that is new work that I think Cradle to Career really should be at the spotlight of everything that is being done in the state. Removing administrative barriers. That's the example that you saw in the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. There are so many other programs like that in this state. And I think Cradle to Career can also fill that void. The other example that we gave you around the Chancellor's Office data sharing, that was born out of necessity. Not having enough data on one end and wanting to expedite. That same data also allowed us to run our Cal Grant C program in a very different way this year. Because we know that community colleges actually serve that population, we were able to triangulate the same data by helping to expedite the administration of that program. That helps us make sure that students can receive their aid faster. It helps us then promote them and put a flag on our system to say, hey, we need you to submit that form. Another really great opportunity with Cradle to Career. And the last example that we gave you was Cal Kids. We are at the intersection of working with all of higher education and all of K through 12. And when you think about all of higher ed, there are segment offices, and then there's all of the layers from our labor partners to colleges and universities, our institutional participation agreement, and our ability to work on technical assistance and professional development for those financial aid officers. And I think if we work together beyond financial aid offices, it's really anyone that cares about college access, period. And I think that's the opportunity here with Cradle to Career and the California Student Aid Commission. I'll close by saying we have a very extensive strategic plan. And I will leave you with some copies because on page 21, there's a whole section about what researchers can do to actually enable equitable student success, equitable access, and equitable support here in the state of California. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gonzalez, Member Moldoff, and Ms. Barandas. We have a few minutes for questions. If anybody has anything, questions, comments, and observations, please. Member Cervantes.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and Dr. Moldoff, and thank you, the three of you, for sharing and the data and all the conversations we have that overlaps in the work we get to do together at CSAC. When I look at some of the strategic planning goals there, Daisy, and comparing it to like C2C, I mean, it's like alignment there of what needs to happen. I think when we talked earlier about Cal Kids and how can we just ask those students that question, I think of like CalFresh. And to me, CalFresh is financial aid. It's part of that total cost of attendance. It's food for students. And so I don't know if you can just maybe share, I'm sure there's other ideas there that we've put together, but anything that you can just highlight on an example there you can see for CalFresh. And I think part two of that is as the federal government makes all these changes, and how much money, and we hear the negative, the reductions and this, it's like I see this as an opportunity for us to restructure ourselves as a state to stand by our students. And I think that's where I see that opportunity. It's like there's a lot of things happening, especially with CalFresh, that we put on ourselves. The red tape we've given ourselves, it's not even required by the federal government to do, but we just do it within Department of Social Services or whatever, whoever's operating those checks and balances. I don't know if Dr. Gonzalez, if you can share a little bit more.
Thank you for that question. I was just in a panel maybe like 2 weeks ago, and the first thing I said, and that everyone in the panel said they were from other states, was how envious they were that we had Cradle to Career. And then the question that I got asked was, what is California's thinking around how we're going to solve the changes in eligibility and laws for Medicaid and SNAP? And I said, well, there's a lot of opportunity here in California. And now I want to share what I actually said on that panel because I think it applies here. I think we all play a role, particularly for CalFresh and Medicaid. There are now 3 pieces of legislation to help connect financial aid information, that's students and families. I think that's the other important thing I want to share with you today. Not only do institutional representatives, aka financial aid staff and other staff on a campus have access to web grants, but it's also the contributors. So a family member, anyone in the family that's also helping to submit the application and the student. And so when we think about problems like CalFresh, Department of Social Services administers it. There's a great partnership with their counties. Could we leverage to expedite receipt of CalFresh? Not because we're going to violate any laws, but this is about removing barriers and expediting eligibility. So I see a very clear vision here, right? Centering C2C as that data sharing agreement and you leveraging programs like the web grant system that the California Student Aid Commission administers to be able to empower students, families, and institutions to actually do something about it. There's, of course, a longer complex issue around data sharing, but I think it's possible. And a lot of it is really the way that we've been solving for some of these other problems. When we have segment buy-in, when we have buy-in and authority to share information from students and families, it's all possible. So that's one example where CalFresh, I think, is a really easy thing that we can all work on together. I see a very similar pathway for Medicaid, although a little bit more complex as someone who worked in the state budget on the health side.
Thank you. Yeah, Chair Bates, Director Bates.
Thank you. Marian Bates, thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciated hearing that, and thanks for bringing us copies of your strategic plan or blueprint. So really appreciate that. The one thing I wrote down specifically from your comments, Dr. Gonzalez, is when you said that C2C can be a lighthouse for state agencies and show that there's a safe way to share data and solve problems. I think that's a really accessible metaphor, and it was really helpful to have you walk through some of the concrete examples of data sharing that you're doing and imagining that. Connecting the dots just with our conversation this morning, I think this is part of why we're prioritizing the Secure Data Enclave and the build of it so that it's useful both for external researchers who want to do studies and for our data providers to share data with each other. So just appreciate the comments that Member Moldoff has made over time on that point as well. And thank you for the presentation today and everything that you've shared.
Other comments, questions? Marvelous. Thank you. Thank you all very much for joining us today, and we look forward to a long and fruitful partnership with you. Okay, now let's, if we could please move on to our next agenda item 8, approval of the consent calendar. I'll be presenting this item with Vice Chair Tagorda. The matters on the consent calendar are routine in nature and are approved by a single vote. Prior to acting, members of the public will be given an opportunity to remove any item from the consent calendar. Items removed from that calendar may be heard immediately following approval or set aside until a later date. The items on the consent calendar are reflected on this slide. Members will note an item before us today is the approval of the governance manual. So before I open up this agenda item for vote, I want to invite Co-Chair Tagorda, who served as the committee chair for that governance manual review committee, to give us some context behind that, if you will, please.
Thank you, Chair Payne. As mentioned, I had the honor of serving as the committee chair for the Governance Manual Review Committee. At this time, please allow me to take this opportunity to thank my fellow committee members, namely members Furgiueli, Moldoff, and Sublé, for their hard work and engagement in this important process. At the November 14, 2025 board meeting, the governing board approved the committee charter. Thereafter, while the committee incorporated many corrections related to typographical errors or stylistic changes, the priority topic was the recruitment cycle of advisory board members. This change was a result of direction and guidance from past board member deliberations, which asked that the committee revisit the governance manual and consider shifting the model of advisory board member recruitment and onboarding from an annual process to one that took place every 3 years. The annual selection combined with onboarding and offboarding activities represent a significant workload for both the board and the office. By moving to a once every 3 years cycle, not only would we streamline the process, but we would also create an opportunity for the advisory boards to accomplish a few objectives. One, form stronger professional bonds and connections. Two, increase member motivation and accountability. And three, deepen a sense of peer support and teamwork. Changes to membership would also have implications on the proposal process. Therefore, it is worth noting that under the proposed 3-year recruitment process, advisory board members would no longer be able to complete the proposal process in their 3rd year because their terms end and the new cohort will not have been recruited yet. However, advisory board members can still submit a proposal during the public proposal submission window. Back in December 10, we had another committee meeting. Both committee members and members of the public voiced their support for the proposed changes. So at this time, I'd like to hand it back to Chair Payne to guide member deliberation towards a vote.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tagorda. At this time, I want to check to see if any member wishes to remove any item from the consent calendar. Seeing none, thank you very much. May I please have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Member Evans. Second, Member Vu. Thank you very much. Before we vote, of course, let's pause for public comment. Do I have any speaker slips for folks on the consent calendar?
No.
Are there any members of the public who have not submitted a slip, but who do want to speak on the consent calendar? Thank you. Do I have anybody on the Zoom wants to talk to us about the consent calendar?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. I see no raised hands. That closes the public comment portion of this agenda item.
Perfect. With a motion and a second and public comment completed, could we please call the roll?
Chair Payne.
Aye.
Vice Chair Tagorda.
Aye.
Designee Uptime Villa for Member Cabaldan.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Aye. Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Ferjueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin. Member Jez.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum. Member Romero. Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services.
Aye.
Member Skull.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Sullivan.
Aye.
Member Van Natten. And Member Vu.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 17 ayes.
Wonderful. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for that. Moving on to agenda item 9, approval of the minutes from the January 12 Executive Director Review Committee meeting and the December 10 Governance Manual Review Committee meeting. We have to take this in 2 tranches because there are different members who vote, who are the members of those committees. The Executive Director Review Committee convened once since our November Governing Board meeting and concluded their work on January 12th. The Governance Manual Review Committee convened once since our November Governing Board meeting and concluded their work on December 10. Neither committee will meet again this year, and so we want to bring the minute meetings forward for approval. As I said, broken up in two votes. We will first vote on the ED Review Committee meeting minutes, followed by the Governance Manual ones. So committee members have all had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes from the January 12th ED Review Committee meeting. Any additions or corrections to that set of meeting minutes by members of the Executive Director Review Committee? Seeing none, may I have a motion from a member of the Executive Director Review Committee to approve those minutes?
Vice Chair Robert Tagorda moves.
Moved by Chair Tagorda. I'll second. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. I have no speaker slips. Do I have anybody in the room without a speaker slip that would like to speak? Okay, Stephanie, take it away on Zoom.
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Okay, no raised hands.
Marvelous. We have a motion and a second. Please do a roll call vote.
Chair Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Aye. Member Sullivan.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 4 ayes.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right. Now, moving on to the Governance Manual Review Committee. Members have all had the opportunity to review the minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to the meeting minutes from members? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the January meeting minutes as submitted?
Vice Chair Robert Tagorda moves.
Moved by Tagorda. Another member of the committee, please.
Member Brian Soublé, second.
Second by Soublé. Thank you very much, Member Soublé. Do I have any speaker slips or people in the room who want to speak to this motion? I have a motion and a second.
No.
Marvelous. On Zoom?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this agenda item. Seeing no raised hands, that closes public comment.
Marvelous. All right. Roll call, please, if you would, Stephanie.
Vice Chair Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Furgiueli.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Abstain.
Member Soublé.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 3 ayes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will pause ourselves for a 10-minute break. It is 3:08. Let's come back at 3:18. When we resume, we'll meet in closed session for the annual Executive Director Performance Review to conclude that process. We'll then reconvene in public session to report out any action taken during that closed session. Members, as a reminder, LRI will be providing us today with print materials. Please note that these materials will be collected at the end of the session. And for this reason, then those will be collected. For that reason, I suggest that if you're taking any notes on this conversation, take them on a separate piece of paper other than the LRI printouts. So we'll see you back here now.
Can I interrupt you? I'm going to do our typical notice.
Okay.
We are not going to come back in.
There we go.
So under California Government Code Section 11126A, the California Cradle-to-Career Governing Board hereby provides notice that it may meet in closed section for the purposes of the annual Executive Director Annual Performance Review.
Thank you. Now let's see you all back here at 3:20. Welcome back. As we return to open session at, no, that's not right. 3:54 p.m. 3:51 p.m. I want to establish a quorum. So Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne,
Present.
Vice Chair Tagorda,
Present.
Designee Uptime Villa for Member Cabalden,
Present.
Member Cifuentes, Member Cochran,
Present.
Member Evans,
Present.
Member Furgiueli,
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez,
Present.
Member Hetz,
Present.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin, Member Jez,
Present.
Member Lee,
Present.
Member Moldoff,
Present.
Member Nellum, Member Romero, Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services,
Present.
Member Skull,
Present.
Member Sublé,
Present.
Member Sullivan, Member Van Atten, Member Vu. For the clarity of the record, we have 16 members present.
We have a quorum. Wonderful. Thank you. We can still conduct business. Okay, we have one item left. At this time, I have nothing to report out from closed session. I want to thank our board for all their hard work today in closed session, as well as LRI, Ronnie, who facilitated that portion of the meeting. Now we're moving on to item 12, general public comment. At this time, we will open it up to members of the public for general public comment, items that are not on the agenda. Do I have any speaker slips? I don't even see anybody in the room. Do I have anybody in the room who would like to speak in general public comment? We chased them all away. All right, now to Zoom, please.
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on the general public comment portion of this meeting. Okay, see no raised hands. That closes general public comment.
Perfect. One last thing. We will now move on to the final agenda item of the day, adjournment. Before I officially adjourn the meeting, I want to thank all the speakers we had with us today and appreciate their time and effort in preparing and presenting. I also want to thank the members of the public that joined us and those of you who commented. Thank you for your questions, comments, and continued support. There were lots of important conversations that took place today. Particularly want to acknowledge the fine work of the Cradle-to-Career office and staff. I speak for the board when I say we appreciate you. As noted on this slide, the next governing board meeting will take place on Wednesday, May 20, 2026, right here in this room. For members of the public that would like to join virtually, that option will be available to you, and more information will be forthcoming from the C2C website. Spring meetings are upon us. Data and Tools Advisory Board will be on March 25th. Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting will be on April 8th. And then you can also find information on those on the C2C website. In addition, the Strategic Planning Committee, as we've heard, will be convening on April 29 to go over the comments that we all made today and to prepare a document that you will then see in May. So at 3:55 p.m., I would like to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all.